Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Well, logged in today, and the boats are back, and the portals are gone. So we have to use boats now. And I had Criddle out in the middle of nowhere. So, yeah, it's a thing. It's a whole thing. So I got to get back on the boat to go back to town. You know, it's Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this. No, it's actually good. I'm glad that the boats are working again. This is a good thing for overall. Do 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 do. I'm trying to get the boat timers anyway. I wanted to get those down like Charlie Brown. They fixed the boat. Used the NPC portals yesterday. Yep, they fixed the boat. As of this morning, the porters were not there. So we are back to boat travel. And I was out in the middle of shoals. So I was like, poop. Well, dagnabbit. That's okay, though. It's all right. It's actually going to be good. It's good and bad. There's some good and bad to it. It was really nice to be able to go back and forth between Keeper's Bite and Night Harbor, you know, for XP and all that. But it closed the world off a lot. It made the world seem a lot smaller. But I got to get back to Night Harbor because that's where my my stuff is, and I got to do a lot of disenchanting because I didn't get around to doing that last night. Normally I do that in the evenings, or enchanting, I should say. Then we're going to figure out what we're going to do, what we're going to do for the rest of the day. I've got a couple of things that I need to do, a couple of things that I want to try to do, but we'll see. I'm trying to think. Is it 8 p.m.? Oh, it's midnight, I think, that it actually arrives back over. No, it's going to be 8 a.m., isn't it? No, this boat. So the boat arrives in Night Harbor every 4 hours. So it's 8 a.m. 12 p.m., 4 p.m., 8 p.m., and then midnight. So this boat must arrive at midnight. Is my guess. Is there a way to get Harbor Guard faction and Night Harbor? Somehow I've become disdained with them, but I have no idea how. Uh-oh. Harbor Guard faction. Yes, there is a way, I think. Is it the Pale Towers? I don't remember. Let me see. What is my Harbor Guard faction? If it's high, I don't even have Harbor Guard faction. It's not even on my list. So, I don't know. I don't know if it's possible or not, because if I would have gone up or down, it would be on my list. And it's not on my list. I don't know. I don't remember. I haven't paid a lot of attention to the factions in the game. Like really close attention. All right, we're going to get back on here. Hopefully we can still camp out on the boat and then log back in at the right time. Your only disdain faction listed is one of the bins factions? Yeah, bins start disdained. Like pretty much everything on the bins starts disdained. Oh, my goodness gracious. Come on. When are they going to fix this? When you log out in Night Harbor, you log back in at the zone line, and it's so annoying. You should log back in where you logged out. Hey, what's going on, Pity? How you doing, bud? But yeah, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, the boat should arrive at midnight. You haven't had that happen? It happens every single time I log out in Night Harbor. I don't think I ever log in at the right location in Night Harbor. It's kind of frustrating. Kind of frustrating. All right, let's get 1, 2, 3, 4 of the wood. 1, 2, 3 of that. Good, good, good. We can grab some bandages. Let's grab the wool bandages. We'll keep using those. And ooh, no, heavy cloth bandages are even worse. We're using up all these bandages that I made. I don't know if I'm going to keep doing this today or not. Have not decided. I need to get another backpack. Get rid of this bag. The herb pouch. We're going to get rid of this. Destroy. And we'll get another backpack. I'll have... Ye old critter make me a backpack. I have to see if I can make them out of all these leather scraps. Okay, so that's really all I need to do there. Well, let's get back on Criddle. Happens to you sometimes too, Ice? Yeah, it's kind of... Oh, shoot! Boats don't work. Ooh, wait. Can I get back on if I do /stuck? No. God bless, dude. Can't log out on a boat anymore. I'm going to petition that, because... the heck, dude? Are you serious? I gotta... Hang on. They took the portals out, and the boats don't work. So this is really annoying. Literally my first boat ride. Like, come on, man. Is it a GM issue? Is it character stuck, missing? I'm going to say other GM assistance. I'm just going to say that. How do you spell immediately? Whatever. And it kicked. Can't remember if I... Nah, whatever. No? It's just one M, isn't it? It is two M's? I always get that wrong. I typed... Was I right? Did I type it right? I always feel like it's wrong when I type it. I don't even know where the heck I am now. This is so dumb, dude. Like, come on, man. It's infuriating. That is just infuriating. You fix the boats. They've been broken forever. Fix the boats. Take out the porters. And then it's still broken. They might do that. They might do that, Ice. Well, whatever. I'll run back. It's not super duper far, but that is really frustrating. Like, super frustrating. Guess I'll do a feedback on the forums. All right. Well, I just put in a feedback on it. It's just so silly, dude. So silly. Where the heck am I? Okay, am I... Thank goodness I got Speed of the Wild while I was on the boat. That would have been a pain in the butt. Oh, now, now I got ported. Oh my goodness gracious. Why did you log out while on the boat? I mean, why not? That's part of testing, right? Let's log out and make sure it works. Log out and make sure that you can actually log out on the boat. You should be able to log out on the boat. You used to be able to log out on the boat. And what if you get kicked while on the boat? What if you get disconnected? That's like logging out. So you see where the problem could be, even if you don't log out. Yeah, I know. They may say that, and I would say, well, then you got to fix that. That's exactly how I would respond to that, if they say that. Like it's, yeah, you can't assume people aren't going to do that. Yeah, OT. Yep. Yep. Yeah, the whole thing is just, feels bad moment. Feels bad moment. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Vor. What if you crash? You know, like there's a lot of things that can happen, and they got to keep you on the boat. I always forgot you can't swim to zone line, and I'd always forget and do it anyway. Yeah. Yeah, at least you can swim to the zone line here, but my only real gripe to this is that they made it, they put the teleporters in, the portal guys, and then they left them in for a while to test it. People obviously aren't going to ride the boat when the teleporters are active. So once the boats actually come back online, then they don't work right. And it's like, okay, that's just frustrating. Like, are we kidding? Come on. Did you actually fix them? Were they tested properly? Like, I'm not trying to like rag on the devs here, but let's test this stuff. I feel like that's a pretty simple test. Get on the boat, ride it from A to B. Okay, cool, that works. Get on the boat, log out, log back in. Does that work? You know, do it 100 times. Does that work? You know, you gotta actually test it. Testing isn't just like, okay, boat's working. It's, you know, get on the boat, ride it one time. It works just fine. That's not testing. Real annoying for non-gate classes? Exactly. Like, it's going to be super annoying for me because I'm a fighter and I have literally nothing to help me get from A to B. I have to use my feet. It's very, very frustrating. Very frustrating. But, you know, I got to put it on the other side, the flip side of it too. Like, did they have internal testers that are able to test something 100 times? So, you know, are we are testers, of course. So I don't know. There's a couple ways you can look at it. But it's just frustrating. Which is why, like, I guess that goes back to the reason I'm kind of saying all this is because if we're relying on the internal testers to make sure things work right before they push it out to us, and the internal testers aren't testing things thoroughly enough to where things like that are still broken, then what's going to happen when the new classes come in to internal testing? Are they going to test them enough before they come out to us, or should they just go ahead and send it out to us and let us test it? Maybe they should just send it out to us and let us test it to see what's broken and what's not broken. They could just speed up the in-game engine to test it. They can do a lot of things. I mean, speeding up the engine might be what breaks it. So they gotta test it the way that it normally works. Would you agree that a port to bind for testing, like in which shall not be named, port to bind? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's worth having or not. Like I personally feel like they should have a Hearth type feature, a port to bind type of feature. Yes. I think that should be in the game, but it is not. I think that every class should have one on like an hour-long cooldown. I don't understand the reason why you wouldn't have that. But they don't want to do that, which is fine. It's fine. All right, let's see if Cradle logs in at the bank or logs in at the zone line. Because I got to do a lot of swapping right now. Yep, it's going to be zone line. It thinks I'm back in Shaded Dunes. This is why, like, I don't understand how people have logged out in Night Harbor and not had this happen, because it happens to me every single time. Yeah, I don't know what's causing that, though. Bind at the bank and gate in. I want to be able to be bound somewhere else. I try to bind where I need to be. It's a good thing about the wizard. Wizard is one of the best at getting around because it's got so many portals and things. I mean, you know, people say sometimes like, oh, you complain too much, et cetera, and I get that. I do complain, but there's a reason that I complain about some of these things. You know, like some of these, I feel like it's kind of ridiculous that some of these things are broken and they stay broken for as long as they stay broken. You know, I feel like there should be more of a priority on some of these fixes, but they could be easier. Some could be easier to fix. Some could be harder to fix. I don't really know. Unfortunately. Make the elixir of concentration. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Criddle logged in properly. I don't get it, man. Enter a state to grant you a chance to activate concentration when casting spell for 1 hour. That's an interesting interesting item. Very interesting item. This takes forever. That's why I think I might stop doing what I was doing. Like, this is a good way to get enchanted materials. But I was doing it while getting XP. That was worth it. But now I'm not getting as much XP over there, so I'm thinking about leaving there. Doing something different. All right, let's camp back out, camp back in on Cradle. We have a few more dust to move. Is there a trade-off with humans not having night sight or whatever it's called? They get tenacity. Humans do. But technically no class gets the infravision by default. You have to actually choose it. So there's always a trade-off for it on every class. Oh, look at that. I'm back at Shaded Dunes, because why not? Doesn't make sense, man. Make it make sense. I just saw a brief video that kind of glossed over it. Yeah. I don't know what video you watched, but basically, if you are certain classes or certain races, you can choose infravision. Or if you're a deep race, you'll be able to choose ultravision when that comes in. But in my personal opinion, because they give us this graphic slider right here, there's no reason to choose infravision or ultravision. The whole thing kind of defeats the purpose, in my opinion, of making the game super crazy, ultra dark. Because if they didn't give us that slider, people would just use their hardware, NVIDIA driver, or not drivers, but their NVIDIA cards or whatever, their actual monitors, you know, things like that they're going to just turn up the brightness so that they can see. So I personally feel like it's just kind of not worth it other than for people that just want to be immersed, and that immersion that so many people talk about. Because there is, I mean, and there is an argument for the immersion, and I'm not saying that there's not. All right, is that everything? I think that's everything. Looks like everything. Oh, wait. That's not everything. That's everything. Yes. Okay. We're good. Thanks for clearing it up. Yep, no worries. All right, let's do this. We'll put these over here just in case we need them for something. Oh my gosh. Now, do I want to... What do I want to do with these leather? I could use all this leather to make more backpacks. Which would be kind of nice. The heck? That was kind of abrupt, wasn't it? I thought they had like 9 more to make. I don't know what I'm going to do with all the cotton and stuff yet. I haven't decided. Okay, let's go back this way. Well, I could make bags, but I should probably use it to level up my leather working and make like leather canvas. I should probably do that. How much time do I have? I got a few minutes left before the boat shows up. So let's just go ahead and do that real quick and just start that. Start that process. Leather scraps, leather scraps, 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 scraps. Leather scraps. Leather scraps. It'd be nice if I could make the padded leather canvas and skill up from that, but you can't. It doesn't seem like it works, which is really frustrating. Like, stupidly frustrating. I don't know if they just, like, made it to where you can't level up. I don't know. I don't know what they did there. But it seemed kind of silly that what they did. All right, canvas there. Let's get... Cotton, cotton, cotton. All right, we're gonna need all the padding. Let's just get all the cotton. We'll just do it this way. It's fine. You have any plans to kind of circle back around to Monsters Memories in October for early access? Or are you gonna grind it till then? Just a scheduled question, I guess. No, I'll be playing it in October as well. Yeah, I'm not going to be circling back around. I'm probably going to be playing it all the way up till October, till whenever they take the servers down, and then starting again for early access. I don't plan to play many other games right now. Really, any other games right now. What? Did that fail? Do we know if they're wiping beta early access or just leaving it up? No, they're definitely wiping it. Yeah, it's definitely going to get wiped. All right, so there's all the cotton padding. I'm going to have to get a lot more cotton, though. Man, makes me kind of want to keep going and doing what I was doing over there in Shallow Shoals, because the cotton is worth it. The cotton and leather that I'm getting to level up my leather working right now is worth it. It's got in last Friday. You're going to go as hard as you can. I'd be careful going too hard. You might get burnout, but, you know, everybody plays games differently. I say, you know, do what you want to do. What's fun for you? Dual wield better for fighter than two-handed? Yes. Dual wield is better for almost everyone over two-handed. In pretty much every situation so far. There are a couple of really good two-handed weapons. A couple, not many. That are really good. So if you have a very, very good two-handed damage delay ratio, like a really good two-handed weapon, then it might be better than your dual-wield option. But it really depends on the weapons that you have. But if you have equivalent one-handers, then it's probably better for you to dual wield in most situations. They're trying to get that balance right, and it's not like super far off by any means. Yeah, the giant tree feller is one that's really good, but I would only use that. I wouldn't use that on a fighter. Even if you have an ogre fighter, I wouldn't use it. I would probably still use dual wield. All right, we're going to try this again. We're going to camp out here on this boat. And we'll see if we log back in at the right location. Or if we're going to get logged back in and immediately kicked. For testing purposes. Actually, hang on. Yeah, we'll do it here. We'll do it here. We're going to test it. Yeah, there is certain things for two-handed, right? Like if you're going up against a mob that has a damage shield, and you don't have somebody that can remove the damage shield, two-handed weapon is way better than dual wield. If I'm dual wielding on a mob like that, and I triple attack with both hands, that's 6 attacks, and if they have a 30-point damage shield, that's a lot of damage that just came to me. So dual wield definitely is not as good in that situation. We're looking for a dedicated MnM streamer to sub to? That's me. I am I'm probably the dedicated MnM streamer at the moment. More so than pretty much anyone else. There are some other streamers that do play this game pretty much every day, but I don't know of anyone that plays it more than I do. We do daily streams starting around 9 a.m. Eastern, and I go until I get tired of playing for the day. Well, I go until I get tired of streaming for the day. I generally continue playing after my stream is over. That continues to happen a lot. That situation from EQTAs, I'd like to see content around it besides damage shield. Well, I was just giving that as an example, right? But there is no really other content that's like, two-handed weapons are better. Like there isn't really. I don't know what you would do for that. Like, what are your suggestions for that, Tetris? Like, do you have a good example of how two-handed would be better than one-handed, and like make it an actual in-game mechanism? Okay, so there we go on that. We've got plenty of food. We've got wood for a while. Let's buy some more wood. Whatever. We'll give him a gold. That's all I got. Look, I streamed today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. See, like, why did they put me at the portal spot? Why does it do this when I port? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Because it would have dropped you through the world for a failed port. It wasn't a failed port, though. Like, it was a successful port. So instead it puts you at the zone line as a fix for their current bug. Is that what's going on, Inspiration? Is that really what's going on? It happens to me like a lot when I gate or port or whatever. I end up in the wrong locations. Like more than it should. That's what you've heard from someone who asked the devs? Okay. I mean, it makes sense. Like that sounds good to me. With boats being back and portal guys gone, shallow shoals will be less populated again, I guess. Well, yeah, but now it's bugged still. I've got my fighter on the boat right now, so I'm waiting until, let's see, what time is it in game? 9 a.m. I'm going to wait till 11 a.m. in game and then log him back in and see where he's at. He should be around 10 a.m. He should be coming this way and arrive at this dock. Because this one arrives at 10 a.m. I'm trying to get all the dock timers. So I'm working. I'm kind of messing around with that today. So I figured I would sit over here and continue to do this, like I have been, while I mess with that. What spell am I missing there? Arcane Infusion? No. What spell goes here? What did I put? Oh, that's Mana Volley. And this one is level 60? Yeah, okay. We're good. From an OG EQ player to everything in between, I guess after I quit WoW, I was always looking for the WoW killer. I just want an MMO I like versus a popular... Yeah, Monsters and Memories is probably where to go. All right, what do we have? I think we have all my buffs. Okay, so let's see. Time. What time is it? 10 a.m. Where's the boat at? All right, we'll do one quad pull, and then we'll check for the boat. Whoops, wrong button. We'll see where Criddle's at on the boat. He should be at the location that I want him to be. I'm just kind of testing it out today. Like, this is still actually, these mobs are still light blue to me, and I still want to get the leather. So I kind of want to keep doing this a little bit longer. So I think we're going to maybe do this for another day. But I'm going to try to mix it in with some other stuff. What the heck? Now the boats are working again. Do you think our wizard reports are going to be important? Yeah, they are. I mean, they're already important. I've already had a couple tells today for ports, so it's already happening. Okay, let's log in on Criddle and see where we're at. Because 11 a.m. I should be. I don't see the boat, which is kind of weird. Okay, that worked. That worked. And we are here. So where am I at? I'm only in Shaded Dunes. We're not even in Shallow Shoals yet. Wow, takes a lot longer than I expected. So now I'm in Shallow Shoals. At 12. It's 35 minutes-ish. 36 minutes, technically. Well, exactly 36 minutes. To go from Night Harbor to Keeper's Bite. So I'm testing something else, though. I'm testing the being able to log out on the boat and then log back in when you're at your destination. If you know the timers, you should be able to do that, right? So I should be able to log out, like get on the boat, log out, do something on a different character at a certain time, log back in, and be at the destination I want to be at. 2 minutes on your wizard. Yeah, it doesn't take long on a wizard. But for everybody else, what's up, Criddle? You still enjoying the game? Absolutely enjoying the game. Yeah. I don't see myself not enjoying this game unless they go way far away from their direction that they say they want to go. That's the only reason I would not enjoy this game. If they continue going into a group-focused MMO with some raid content at the end, which is what they're planning, but a lot of grindiness. I love everything they're doing with this game. It is exactly what I've been looking for well over a decade. Seems like Wizard is the best solo farming class then. Wizard, Druid. Well, the best farming class. It depends on what you're trying to farm. But the Enchanter is technically better at killing named. Right now. Until they fix Charm. Or until they change Charm. I'm going to stop using the word fix. Because fix is... It's a bad word. It's not... Charm is not broken. It's just overpowered. Yep, there comes the boat. Okay. So this is the boat that Criddle is on right here. Should be the boat that Criddle is on. Let me go get one more quad kite and then we will switch over. Hang on one second, I'll read that. Let me do a quad kite. Oh no. I accidentally body aggroed Father Rao. You could have mobs like golems, giant turtles, armored bears. So you're saying like have something that has high AC, dual wield, only ships the damage because it doesn't pass through. You could do that theoretically, yes. I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea, but it doesn't really fit this game. They don't want to make items in this game that are required to kill certain monsters, other than maybe have like a Bane weapon, right? So like they don't want to have, oh, if you're XPing on these monsters, you need to be using this weapon. And if you're XPing on these monsters, this weapon. To the point where they don't want to have slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning work differently on different types of enemies. That is the idea. So while your idea is not bad by any means, it doesn't fit this game. Now, it could fit this game if they decided to go that direction. Hang on a second. This guy's asking me a question here. What was he saying? All right. Let's see. Where am I at? Or you could have build content, perhaps raid content around a target where two-handed is much reach. You could also scale skills on top of damage. Yeah, there's a lot of things you could do. I see where you're going with it, but I don't think they want to. They're trying to give players choices rather than require them to go a certain direction. That is the idea anyway. How about Shadow Knight Monk? What about Shadow Knight Monk? All right, so there goes the boat. We're going to see if when I log back in, it kicks me off or not. Shadow Knight Monk for what, a duo? Shadow Knight Monk is good for some things, yeah. The trade-off is it's white DPS from dual wield, more like skill DPS with two-handers. They average out, but certain targets perhaps. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it is now-ish. All right, let's see if I get back on the boat and it kicks me off. Okay, it didn't log me in. Okay, so I'm still here. All right, so that kind of worked. A Shadow Knight and Monk good at solo farming. Right now, Monk is because it's broken. So a Monk can stand up with its fire proc fire on the mob, feign death, wait for the dot to tick off, stand up, proc fire, feign death again. They can cheese the game, which they're fixing with the monks because monks are not supposed to be able to do that. But they're taking away the elemental damage and things from monks, and they're going to be adding something else in favor of that. So, yes, monks currently can, but no monks will not be able to in the future. Shadow Knights will not be killing named really, really well. Because the way that Shadow Knight solo is fear kiting. If you can't fear the mob, then you probably don't want to be fighting it with a Shadow Knight. Usually Shadow Knights will like go up to it, they'll snare it, they'll fear it, they'll beat on it, and their pet will beat on it, and that's how Shadow Knights do it. Now, that's going to be also changing with these class updates that are coming in. The Shadow Knight may not have fear anymore. It may or may not. We don't know. So we'll have to see what they do with the Shadow Knight in the future and how they're going to change it. But, yeah. I agree with their monk changes. Move away from elemental stuff. Yeah. I don't mind the elemental stuff, like going the way of fire, the way of earth, the way of, that's okay. It's kind of cool. I like it to some extent. Any ETA on class changes? We don't know when the class changes are coming in. It's just whenever they're ready, they're gonna release them. All right. So what time is it here? Time. Excuse me. Golly. They made it here by 3 p.m. Okay. So going from Night Harbor, it takes 4 hours to get to the first dock, and then 3 hours or so. I wonder if we're gonna get here right at 4 p.m. Now it's a little bit off from that. Is there a reason not to use a dagger on SK if I'm using a shield? Why specifically a dagger? But yes, there would be reasons. Yeah, absolutely reasons. Yeah. What you want to use is whatever's the highest damage delay ratio. So you look at your weapon and you take the damage divided by the delay. That's going to give you a ratio. The closer that is to 1.0, the better. No weapon in the game is going to be a 1. The highest damage delay ratio I know of is like 0.6, I think. All right, let me... that's fine. And that like high 0.6 or close to 0.6 or whatever it is around there, that is coming from a two-handed weapon off of a raid boss. It's just a really, really good two-handed weapon. You divided backwards? Yeah, you could do it that way too if you want to, but it would give you a different number and you'd have to figure out what's good. I think the lower number, if you divide it backwards, is better. If you divide, yeah, it would be the lower number is better. If you go delay divided by damage. I always just do damage divided by delay, and then the higher number, the better. It's going to be a percentage, like a 0.5, whatever, 0.4. One-handed weapons are going to be like 0.2 to 0.3 for the most part, and then you're going to have really good ones that are going to be upwards of 0.4. I don't know of a single one-handed weapon in the game that is a 0.5. I can't think of one. They get really close. Actually, one of the raid ones might be a 0.5. Maybe. It's really close. The tree feller axe, that's like that's a two-handed weapon, and it's like a 0.52 or 5.4 or something like that. It's over 0.5. There are like 3 or 4 two-handed weapons in the game that are over a 0.5 ratio. Savage Club is up there, but it is also a 0.4. The Savage Club is. Yeah, the highest one-handed weapon in the game, there's 2 weapons that come off of raid bosses. Those 2 weapons are the highest one-handed in the game, and I can't remember what they are ratio-wise, but it's pretty close to a 0.5 if it's not a 0.5. It might be like 0.48. I don't think that they got over 0.5. Actually, I can tell you. Hang on. Yeah, so if they didn't change from alpha, then it's a 0.48. Uh-oh, they broke my skill. Why? What the heck's going on here? It tried to cast that spell, but it didn't cast. I had to left click it. My hotkey didn't work. That's really weird. We'll try that again in a minute. I wonder if they broke that. I didn't see a patch, like an actual patch. Did they restart the servers this morning? I think they restarted the servers, and there was no, like, build patch for us, right? But they definitely changed something server side today, and it seems like they may have broken some stuff, which happens pretty often when they make a patch. Probably more than it should. The .48 one-hander. It's a raid. It's a raid weapon. Some things I'm not sharing with you guys. Y'all gotta figure some of this stuff out yourselves. The raid weapon should be enough. There's only 5 raids in the game. There's probably only like a couple of them on the server right now. Okay, I think we're good. I brought a lot more wood with me. I didn't mean to bring this much wood over here, but, you know, here we are. So this isn't going to be good for teleporting and whatnot, but it's fine. Let me look at it, see what the other one is too, because there's 2 raid weapons, or 2 raid one-handed weapons. Yeah, the other raid weapon is a .54. So it's actually a one-handed weapon that is over a .5 delay. Pretty dang good. What the heck is happening? Golly. So the... Oh, shoot. The lockups are still happening. That's good to know. Hopefully they fix that soon. Ah! Dang nabbit. What's the fastest way? Whatever, we'll go this way. I'm going to nuke myself and kill myself. Don't want to do that. Oops. If I just had Speed of the Wild potions, that would make this even easier. And then I could just give myself Speed of the Wild potions. And then I won't have to go back to town. I could just stay here, go to the lighthouse, use that as the bank to trade to... Well, I would need to put a bag in there. I could do it that way, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna try something different today. We're gonna try to go over to that bank and then have Criddle. Still want to get Sal though. I mean, I guess technically I don't need Speed of the Wild anymore. But it does help. All right, we're going to try this spell again and see if it'll actually cast. For some weird reason, it wasn't casting when I hit my hotkey. There, cast that time. That's weird. So weird. All right. We got to do something about this. Ah! Holy moly. He's all harm touched me. That's not good. Jeez Louise. Why is nobody getting that skeleton? The heck, dude? It doesn't. That's why I'm camping. It does not remove aggro. All right, let's try to get back over there. Hopefully there's not still mobs over there. Okay, we're good. My goal was to come over here and go to the bank, which I believe is in here. Yeah. Convert coins. There we go. So now we're down on weight. We can go and put those in there as well and those in there as well. So we got plenty of wood. All right, we're good. Actually, yeah. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll make this work. Okay, let's get back over here. We need to add Blink back over here, and we need to add Arcane Infusion. Yeah, this is actually, this is still working out over here because I still need a lot of cotton and leather. And I'm still getting XP over here, so we might as well just stay here. So, yeah, it's working out. Working as intended. These used to drop pelts, these mobs over here. But they no longer drop pelts, to my knowledge. I just wish that I had Speed of the Wild potions. That'd be really nice. Which I could have worked on, but I decided to work on this instead. Could a druid quad this? Yes, but you would need to do it at a higher level. Druids have to be more efficient. Wizards get better. They get better or more efficient nukes, quad nukes. So you'd have to be a little higher level on a druid to be able to do it. But yes, it is possible. According to Vor, who is in chat, he says that it's actually better. It's better to snare and dot and then have your pet attack it than it is to quad kite, in his opinion. So. That's what I do. Solo my druid as well. Tried quadding and it sucks, even with 122 wisdom. Yeah, well, the problem is it's not really the wisdom so much as it is like the amount of damage that you're doing. You would need really high wisdom for the amount of mana pool, which is absolutely necessary, but you also need to have high damage. The good thing about wizards doing it is they have a better damage mana to damage ratio than the druids does already, and they have high intelligence, which gives them more damage on their spells as well. So I'm doing about 10% more damage, approximately 10% more damage on my wizard base damage, plus I have a better damage delay or damage to mana ratio. I have not tried the concentration potion yet. No, I'll have to try it out at some point. I didn't pass it over to my wizard. Okay, I want to put... Actually, why are we doing that? I forgot I made these linen satchels. Perfect. Look at that. We can swap out here. This is going to work out well. This is going to work out swimmingly today. I'm excited. Can we put these actually in here? Oh, we can. I'm thinking. Too bad it's OP. Is it OP? Does it like make it to where you can get hit and always cast or something? It's mana cost reduction. What? It just reduces the mana cost of spells? So it doesn't do what it's supposed to do at all. What? Well, that's the thing. Is like, yeah, what it says it does should be one thing. It shouldn't say that it does one thing and actually does something different. That's silly. What skill do you need to make those? Because I was gonna work on alchemy next. I just haven't had time. I haven't had time to work on it. It procs concentration, then the buff you get gives mana reduction info? Really? So it procs concentration, so you actually have to get hit for it to proc it? You can make tier 1 by 50 alchemy, tier 2. Oh, then yeah, I could make that easily. It's off of spellcast. What? So I could definitely make those. Yeah, I've got 150 on my alchemist. That seems really silly. So when you cast a spell, it has a chance to proc, which gives you mana reduction. So, and it lasts for 20 seconds? But it could proc again every time you cast. So when you, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, and the potion being a 1 hour potion, that's crazy, dude. That's why nobody's making them, though, because the concentration, like, nobody needs concentration. Well, yeah, it depends on the mana cost reduction that it gives. I mean, any mana cost reduction is good, but it depends on the mana cost reduction that it gives. You know, if it's 5%, nice. If it's 50%, that's crazy. That's bonkers. Oh, geez, I nuked myself. Oh. I can't remember if I put that potion in Criddle's bank or if I put it in Criddle's inventory. I think I put it in Criddle's bank, which means that I won't be able to get it right now. I'll definitely have to check it out, though. Sorry, I'm trying to read something. Apparently, there's more drama going on. The mess with Palak and Shade, Major Salt in Fallen Pass. Shout a few minutes ago. Yes, that's exactly what's happening. That's what I'm hearing. Is it Palak? Paluk? Is that who's doing it? I thought it was like paled or something. Anyway, boy was very mad. Poor guy. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Is like something's going on, and I was like, what? Yeah, and that guy's not even in the game right now. Like, that's why, like, I don't know what's going on. Like, what happened? Man, like, I want to say he just got kicked out because he got really upset. Well, from what I understand happened is somebody came in, it's like he's been camping something, somebody came in and stole his camp, and he's been there forever, and then the devs said that he couldn't claim the camp. So it seems like I don't know what happened. I'm just, this is all hearsay on my end. It's not what happened at all. He wasn't at the camp. Well, that's what I'm hearing. Yeah, like, no, literally what I said is exactly what's going on. He supposedly wasn't close enough to the camp to claim it or whatever, and that's what he got mad about. But I guess he had been clearing the camp, like he'd been clearing the mob for a while or something, and to get it to spawn, and then like doing something else. The entirety of the PNP, the play nice policy, doesn't function the way... It's not going to work the way they want it to. It's just not going to. You're the one that did the kill. I mean, I don't know what happened. I'm not trying to take sides here. I'm just trying to talk about the situation, Nidiak. Oh, it's those mobs. Oh God, dude. Yeah, those mobs are a disaster. I've been saying since alpha that was a problem. Been trying to say it. And here we are. Just got here. Why are those mobs a problem? So it's 4 mobs that are required to spawn a raid boss. You have to kill those 4 mobs. They only spawn once per game day. And they have a random chance of dropping an item. You get all 4 of the items, you can spawn a raid mob. So right now you have guilds that are competing against each other to get those particular drops, and people are trying to claim them, which means you have to basically sit, according to what just happened, you have to sit on top of the mob as it is spawning, which means if you have to have 4 different people in your guild sitting on top of the mob to, when the mob spawns, kill it and hope that you get the item that you need. And it only happens once per in-game day, every 76 minutes, or every 76 minutes. So it's a huge problem for in-game raiders. It's just, yeah. I do not fight over camps or FTE. I literally checked all the platforms and went to the only open one. I'm not taking sides on that. I said it was going to be an issue, and I was literally brushed off by the devs. They said, we'll take a look at it, we'll see what happens, and I was literally brushed off by the devs. I'm not even involved in it, and it's becoming an issue. Like, I could have made that an issue a long time ago, but I chose not to. I chose to take the high ground to see what would happen. And here we are. It's just silly, man. Just stating the facts. I mean, I understand the facts, you know. I understand how it works. You know, somebody's claiming, like, how do you claim a camp? Do you have to sit on top of the camp to claim the camp? Do you have to sit near it? Like how does that work? You know, the PNP is very flawed in that. Right now, the way they're setting it up is you have to be sitting on top of the mob when it spawns to claim it. That seems a bit ridiculous. While he was on upper platform killing them. Yeah, and I mean, he was up on the upper platform. Can you claim all 4 of those mobs as one camp? You know, that's another thing that people are, you know, I don't know. Should you be able to claim all 4 of those as one camp? You know, these are things that they're going to have to figure out. Sean did say, though, recently, I also said that I think that they should remove them from the game. They should remove all the raid mobs from the game right now. They're going to cause more headaches and more issues for the devs to have to deal with. That's not worth them dealing with right now. It's clearly not worth them dealing with it. I mean, I tried to explain all this previously, and it frustrates me that I was brushed off. Like, literally, I feel like I was just like, I don't think it's going to be an issue. We'll see what happens. Okay. You know, I'm not like a fortune teller here, but some things are just inevitable. I see the play nice thing is odd to me. I don't, like, the play nice policy works if people just read the play nice policy and are like, okay, cool, we'll kind of just go with it. But they don't. They find loopholes in it. They find ways to get around it. You know, like in this situation, we have one person saying nobody is standing at the platform where the mob is located. Technically, the platform isn't where the mob spawn, by the way. Just for those that are aware, they actually spawn in a different location and walk to the platform. Then they do something and walk off the platform and despawn. So you should be where the mob actually spawns if you want to claim that mob. But that's the problem. Like, the whole thing is just silly, and it's going to get blown out of proportion because of the way that they've designed the game. There are other instances in this game that are very similar to that. That one is just getting blown up because it is a raid mob and because there's two hard-headed guilds that are going against each other to try to fight over raid mobs in a beta. Like, I'm glad they're doing it because it's showing the devs, here's the problem, right? But at the same time, the devs should have known it was a problem. They really should have. Yes. Yeah, it's just the whole thing. Well, he's not saying you, Nidiac. Like, don't take it as an attack to you, what Italica is saying. I get it, because I take things as attacks to me all the time. So I totally get where you're coming from. He's not attacking you and saying it's going to be rule lawyered by you. It's being rule lawyered, period. By all sides. You know? Oh, well, what is claiming a camp? Is it me sitting here for the last 76 minutes waiting for these 4 mobs to spawn? Have I claimed those 4 mobs? Can I sit on the island in the middle and I'm within line of sight of all 4 of them? Therefore, I can claim all 4 of those? Or do I have to sit on the actual pedestal where the mob walks to? Or do I have to sit on the spawn location where it actually spawns? You know, that's the rule lawyering, right? That's the problem with it. Everyone's going to have their side of the story, which is, in fact, the rule lawyering. It doesn't matter, you know, like which side is actually correct. Right? That's the problem. Who is correct in that situation? Because there are 10 different ways you can look at it. It's a huge issue. Huge issue. Uh-oh. Now, if you guys all want to get involved in it, apparently he made a Discord post about it. So we'll go read that in a second. That'll be fun. You'd rather deal with it now than EA? They should have dealt with it in alpha. That's the problem. In my opinion, that's the problem. This has been an issue since alpha. In alpha, it wasn't an issue because there was only really one guild doing that content. But we saw the issue. We gave the feedback. We said, here's the problem. This is what's going to happen. And they were like, we'll see what happens. Okay. It's frustrating, man. It's super frustrating. Different situation, but more rule lawyers. Well, yeah. It's just, the whole thing's going to be rule lawyered. I'm going to go read it here in a second. Named contesting is whatever if you want. You sit on the name spawn. Fine. The play nice policy is really bad for overlapping camp shared. Yeah, it is. It's really bad. All right, let's go. Let's go take a look at it because you know drama is kind of turned into my thing, I guess. So we go to feedback. This, I guess, is this one right here. Yeah. No, that's not it. Game over. This one. Here we go. In-game is terrible. Wow. Enjoy the game. Don't make it to the end. It's miserable. So I wanted to kill an in-game raid boss. Found all the killable spawns. Bosses are killed on spawn. Okay. Found one that needs to be spawned by doing a quest of sorts. Okay. Start doing the quest. 3 of 4 scepters acquired. Last scepter over 24 hours of farming. Still no scepter. Cool. Been doing this for days. Talk to others to find out what scepter they're doing, working well, other than the drop rate. So it's terrible due to lack of better content to do. Woke up this morning, back to the grind, hours in. Shade Guild member shows up, sits on the spawn, claims I wasn't close enough to claim, call GM, then steals the spawn from me as it spawns. I call GM. GM says I wasn't close enough to the spawn, so I don't get it. Take your play nice policy and shove it right up your cuss. I'm done. Wow. I played nice with others. I played nice for a week. One Shade member shows up and kicks me out. GM approval. I was sitting farther away. I'm done with this game. There is no in-game worth doing. The idea of making items rarer and rarer till you're wasting weeks of time for an item is no longer an enjoyable thing for me. I mean, guys, this is an ongoing issue that we've talked about for a while. There's another post probably somewhere down here about that exact thing. Here we go. Here's another one. Guild's permacamping raid boss is bad gameplay. Okay, that's another one. This one's actually for the Bone Construct, which is the level locked raid boss. I mean, it's not going to stop, guys. It's not going to stop. I don't know what to say. Oh shoot! I gotta get Sal. Hang on. You know, I'm gonna try this without Speed of the Wild. We're gonna see what happens. See if I can stay here without Speed of the Wild. Because I'm positive I can, but it all depends on if I get resisted or not. Did make a Discord juicy drama today. It's going to be some juicy drama today. Yep. I mean, I don't know what to say. The only solution I know of, FTE and most damage wins. Well, raid bosses are FTE right now. Only introduce other problems. I don't see how you make a policy that makes everyone feel good. There won't be a policy that makes everyone feel good. Like, it's... Like, it's not going to happen, man. Like, they're not going to be able to fix that issue. Camping stuff is really rough. Whoever just happens to sit there indefinitely, yeah. Yep, you're right. Some competition is some competition's healthy, sure. There's nothing wrong with competition, but the problem is these raid bosses are ridiculously easy. Problem A. The way in which you spawn them is too predictable. Problem B. Like there's too many issues with them. There's just too many issues. Maybe lack of zones is amplifying it. I mean, I don't think so, because the idea right now is due to the amount of zones that are in the game, the devs are limiting the number of players in the game. So as they get more zones, they're probably just going to add more players. So it's unless they increase the number of zones without increasing the number of players per server, it won't fix the problem. EQ launched with about 100 zones. But you also have to think, out of those 100 zones, how many did you actually go to? We ended up, most players all ended up in the same couple of zones. Solusec, B and Lower Guck. That's where everybody ended up for XPing and items and stuff, right? So as the game continued, you ended up in a total of like 2 different zones. There weren't very many places to go for higher level players. Then Kunark comes out, and everybody ended up in Karnor's Castle for a little bit, and then Sebelis. A few people went to other places, but for the most part, it was Karnor's Castle and then Sebelis. The issue, really what it boils down to, is having too much faith in the community, right? We're having way too much faith in the community. Community thinks they're actually going to police themselves. They're not going to do it. They're just going to argue about stuff. And if you give them rules, they're just going to argue the rules. So I'm gonna try to set something up here. Did I critically fail again? Oh, I'm overweight. I was like, what the heck? Am I still overweight? No, that time it critically failed. Oh my god. Only a few people were gathered for XP, and if you were grouping... dang it. We went where groups were made since traveling took time. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Traveling does... Right now, traveling does take time, but people are choosing to not travel to those locations because it takes too much time to get to those locations, and then not enough reward for doing it. So that's the other issue that we're currently running into. All right, we're going to bind myself here at the bank. I'm going to try to do this a little bit differently than what I've been doing. I'm going to try to not use Speed of the Wild. Because people have been asking, can you quad kite without Speed of the Wild? The answer to that is yes. It's just harder to do. I just don't know. No, I like the idea that someone could just run a perpetual 24/7 To camp something like Pal was talking about. Well, he didn't. He said he logged in. He didn't camp it 24/7. Literally, according to his post. Okay, according to his post. Which has now multiple things in it. Multiple comments already. He was saying that he just logged in. Right? And he was checking and doing whatever. Someone can show up after you and just be closer to the spawn point and claim it. That does not seem right. Yeah, that's what Hoku's saying. Been there for like a week farming scepters. He FDs near his spawn. Say middle platform while having killed Sharif for the last 13 hours. And when someone can apparently show up and just take it, yes, specifically GMs will side with the spirit of behavior. So, like, if you are the first and within range of the spawn, it should be yours. I mean, this is going to blow up. The whole thing is going to blow up. And it's going to cause devs more problems. I will make my comment. People disagree with me on that whole topic of just remove them. Just remove them. They don't need to be there right now. You at the beach? Cool. What level are you, Quackums? Can you enchant some of my gear real quick? That would be on my warrior or my fighter. Do you have some? Oh, you're 47. Nice. Do you have some dust and everything? My fighter is right over there, at the other island. If you want to go over to him, I can enchant stuff for you. Sure. He's right over there. Just the lighthouse island. Do you know where that's at? The landing? Yeah, at the landing. That's where my fighter is. If you have the mats, I will absolutely make you some enchants. I can make you anything with dust. I'd have to go back to town to be able to make anything other than that, but I can make you anything with the dust, which is like several things. You don't want to interrupt? No, you're fine. I can log him in. It's not a big deal. I can log in between calls. It's up to you. It's up to you. I don't mind helping you guys out. Like I'm here to help the community. Even though some people think that I'm here not to help the community, I'm absolutely here to help the community. I'm trying to make this game amazing. So if you guys need enchants made, I'm happy to try to make them for you. I'm not gonna say I told you so. I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna take the high ground. I'm just going to explain my point. Well, here, let me edit that. I've said my piece. Anyway. There we go. We'll just update that. And you know, if evil is agreeing with me, like I'm not trying to call evil out, but you know, if evil is kind of agreeing with me and putting 100 on here, you know, something's got to be off with it, right? Something's got to be off because he doesn't normally agree with anyone. Want to level my tier 1 enchanting, disenchanting today? Go for it, yeah. Oh, shoot. I forgot to put on blink. That's not good. I need my blink. Blink definitely. I hope I don't get resisted here. Good, I didn't get resisted. Okay, we're good. Blink makes this doable. Go, 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 go. Nice. Got it. Okay. I love my tier 1 enchanting, disenchanting today. Good spots. In your opinion, I ran through Wormsbane. Yeah, a lot of people did Wormsbane to get their beginning and disenchanting and enchanting up. That's one way you can do it. Harvesting a bunch of ore and herbs is another way to get low-level enchanting stuff. Buying it from other people. Another way you can do it. So yeah, there's a couple ways you could do it. Yeah, this whole situation, man, I'm just excuse me, sorry. I'm just really really bothered by it. Last thing, did you get my Discord message about the Stein quest? I did, yes. Thank you for that. I looked at it. We kind of talked about it briefly yesterday. I didn't realize that there was a like an EverQuest type, well, an MnM quest thing, kind of like an Alakazam that's just got, you know, quests written out. That's actually cool. The int one, I need some fixing to be farmed to pieces. Wait, what? the Stein quest? Yeah, he just told me about it. I didn't know there was a better Stein item. But yeah, it'll absolutely, like, that's a really good quest. Very good quest. I might do it at some point soon, and then do like a walkthrough video on it or something. Made a friend in game who showed it to me. Huge item. Yeah, that's awesome. It's fantastic. Because, I mean, the best one you can get... What level can you do that quest? Do you know? The best one you can get, really... Like, this is a good item, but it's a dropped item off of... It's a common item, but it's dropped off of a tough-to-kill named... a tough spot to get to and everything. Reputation grind is in Shallow Shoals. Okay. What's the reputation that you need? Is it goblins or orcs? I didn't look at it closely, the quest walkthrough yet. Yeah, that's that right there. Which looks like a wrist for some reason. But yeah, that's a solid item. It's a super solid item. 8 int. Oh, you have to go to the landing to do that? Okay. Forgot which name, but it's reputation for the landing. Okay, it's probably goblins. You just have to gain... So the orcs will do it too. Orcs and goblins both. How does one enchant copper bars? Copper bars you need to get... the lowest level enchanting item. I forget what it's called. Magic dust or enchanted dust. One of those two. And then you take a copper bar. You make a copper bar with blacksmithing. And then you put the copper bar inside of a enchanter's kit with your dust. One dust, one bar. Man, that thread is going to blow up, guys. That whole thread is going to be a mess today. Where is it? It's under feedback on Discord. I'm not going to make any more comments to it. I have given my piece on it, and I'm going to leave it at that. I've given my opinion multiple times on that topic, and I don't know what else to say at this point. I don't know what else to say. Sorry, I'm trying to read what's going on here. We'll read and comment on it. So Nidiak gave his opinion, right, which was what he said in chat here in Twitch. Common warning I get at Scepters. Watch out. Shade has been showing up to snake spawns while we waste hours of time sitting at the spawns because there's no other option if you're trying to play good faith. While the other guilds try to work together to share spawns, Shade just shows up weaponizing the GMs. Okay? Don't shoot the messenger here, guys. I'm just reading. It is common theme at this point, unfortunately. It's not just the Scepters. Even Brewski, who I've gone head-to-head with, is kind enough to ask someone who is camping what, and respected only 4 mobs, that 45 people are trying to kill. Like, come on, man. Your only option, in my opinion, Debs, the only option... What is this? 5 int, 35 mana. What? Good morning. How you doing? I'm glad you... The worst of the worst aren't even playing beta. It's going to be a complete crap show. I mean, yes, I would agree with some of that. I think there are some of the worst players that we're going to see are currently in the beta, but I do agree there's just going to be more of that, right? There's going to be a lot more of that in the future. Pray we got to end up on good servers. I mean, yes and no. Here's the thing. You don't need to pray you end up on a good server. You need to pray you end up on a server with a good guild that is willing or able to combat those players. Because honestly, if you push them out, some of those players will just quit. If you treat them the way they treat others and you push them out, they won't play the game. So yeah, that whole thing, like you just gotta force them out. Right now, the issue is you don't have these top guilds that are fighting over raid bosses are, you know, they're fighting over it, and they're pretty hardcore guilds, but they are nowhere near as hardcore as some people would be. I assure you, there's going to be more hardcore guilds out there. And those hardcore guilds will they'll put these guys that are doing this to shame. Like they're going to lock down every single spawn all the time. So that's what's going to end up happening. You just got to be on a server with the top guild not being buttheads. But how are you going to know that until way later down the road? You're just not going to know it. It's unfortunate. That's what I mean. Yeah. I get what you mean. I got you. Hopefully the game's friction will weed out most of the bad actors. It won't. Not a server with a huge drama full of the worst neckbeard basement warriors. Yeah. I will be your neckbeard basement warrior for you. On an early access server, those raid bosses, they'd be dead before anybody even has a chance to breathe, like to blink. Like they're going to be dead. On the whatever server I'm on, because if somebody else doesn't do it, I will be doing it. But it's beta. I don't care that much. You know, I'm not trying to do all of the raid content, and I'm not. You know, it's silly. It's just silly. Shade drama is mild to what it can be. Yeah, I mean it's becoming well known that Shade is a big part of the problem. I've had a couple run-ins with Shade. I don't talk about them often. I try to avoid any type of drama as much as I can. But yes, Shade has been a huge part of drama on this server. We need to go... All right, let's go this way. An RP server. What you're going to get on an RP server, and I hate to say this, but what you're going to get on an RP server... Oh, wait, that's not... I'm confused. Did I kill these mobs already over here? What you're going to get on an RP server is people that don't care about roleplay at all, but they know that other people on the server are going to be role players, so they're just going to come in, and they're going to dominate the server and pretend to roleplay. They're going to be like, I'm role-playing, you know, a raid killer or whatever. Like, they're just going to role-play something stupid because they're going to have an advantage against other players. That's what's going to happen. Oh, GM Trent is now typing. Oh, jeez. I hope they just lock all of those encounters. Delete all of those encounters. Remove all of the items from those encounters from players that have them and cheese them and killed them for, like, silly reason. Like, just remove it all. Just remove it all. I'm so over it, guys. They locked the thread? I'm sure. Yeah, GM Trent is currently commenting on it. Well, he was. He no longer is. I'm watching it on my other computer over here. It's just going to be an absolute poop show, guys. It's going to be a poop show. Like there's no getting around it. Oh, there we go. These spawned finally over here. There's zero getting around it. It's going to be ridiculous, and they're not going to be able to deal with it. Locked, yeah. GM Trent is typing again, apparently. He keeps... There it goes, yeah. GM Trent typing. So I don't know what he's going to say. We'll read it in a minute. Onyx Bat or maybe Little Drake. Anyone know where you can get that pet? That pet is from a named spider, I believe. Or there is a pet from a named spider. That actually might be a... I don't know where... I don't know. There is a named spider pet that you can get. Let's just do it this way. That is from a spider in Sungreet Strands. Only spawns at night. I really, really hope Sean reads that thread. I mean, today's Thursday, so he probably won't stream today. He might. But he just needs to lock it, man. Just lock it. Oh, shoot. These are up. God dang it. These are ready to be killed. That's my fault. The thread we're talking about is this one right here. Game over, done, whatever. That thread. Oh, that's Sister Elsie. Shoot. Can we go over here? And Father. Dang it. Dag nabbit. There's too many named at these locations right now. And named at nighttime is not good for me. Let's just do this. Let's go back to here. You guys see this? You can have your book open while swimming. What would this be? Pathing, broken quest, item, missing, vanishing, trading, NPC, trade skill, combat, abilities. I would say UI issue. Window positioning problems. We'll say that. Never read a book in the ocean before? I have, while on a boat. That's what's really weird. If you're on a boat and you try to sit down on with your spell book, I don't think you can do that because you're on a boat and the boat's moving. It's just, oh my gosh, dude. Hey, I'm doing my due diligence. I did my bug report. People say, well, those Twitch streamers, the content creators ruin the game. I'm doing my job. Doing my job, guys. Right? I find bugs, I report them. Is Trent still talking? He's still typing. I feel like Blink needs to go a little bit farther. What do you guys think? Do you think it should be a little bit longer of a... Because it really doesn't blink you forward very far. But I mean, if it goes too far, it might be broken. So I don't know. Maybe it shouldn't. There's a different topic for you. That boats are now that boats are back, they're too slow to speed the boats up. I don't know. I think the boats are fine at that speed. That's just my personal opinion, though. Like, there used to only be 2 boats, and they added in 2 additional boats, so now there's 4. So now it's every 15 minutes a boat shows up at a dock. All right, so let's read what Trent has to say, everyone. Sorry that you experienced this during beta. Good luck out there, Paladin. I hope you find somewhere to call home. The entire team was in on this specific situation. We will be using it to better tune our encounters and policies. Please understand that beta is not only for the game, but also testing customer service, the Play Nice policy, and our policies. It is not a final or finished product, and we will go through growing pains as we sort all of this out. This is not to say that this incident was handled incorrectly. It wasn't. But to remind people that it's a beta and we are still working towards making the game we'd all want to play. Sometimes that won't work out for people, and that's fine. I've locked this thread because it's a rage quit that serves no useful testing purpose. We're already aware of what happened, and Pallid made darn sure that everyone in game knows what happened. I mean, he said right here it wasn't handled incorrectly, according to the devs. So this is their stance on it. Agree or disagree with them, they have made a stance, right? They have made a stance, and that is how it's going to be used going forward. So what's going to end up happening? Rule lawyers. How do lawyers fight battles in court? Right now, they find a previous precedent and say, here's how it was handled previously. That means you have to rule in this favor again, every single time going forward. If you rule differently, then there's a problem, right? That's what's going to end up happening. Semantics, it's 100% semantics. It's 100% semantics. That is the problem with it right now. That is the problem with the Play Nice policies, the problem with a lot of things in this game currently. I'm not going to take a side with the devs or the players in this situation. All I'm going to say is that it's a bad situation all around. It is a terrible situation all around, and it needs to be looked at and fixed. And until they have a better solution, my opinion, which I said right up here, and this is like the third time that I've said it, I've said in other threads, and I'll say it once again, all of these raid encounters should be removed until they are working as intended and ready for testing. Like that, they're just in a bad place. They're not where they should be, and they should be removed. I think every encounter, if it's not ready for testing, should be removed. That's just my opinion on it. Like, people can agree or disagree, whatever you guys want to do with it, but that's where I'm at with it. Yeah, Sean doesn't want instancing, yeah, and without instancing, we're going to have these issues. You know, I've been saying it for a while. I feel for the devs. I feel for the devs because they're going to have to be the ones dealing with this stuff. It's going to be awful for them to have to deal with. I don't know what their plan is for that. Just like the boxing, just like the trying to stop all the people from using mouse and keyboard macros, the botting, they're trying to police a lot of things, and I don't know how they're going to be able to do it. It's going to be very, very hard for them to police. Very hard. I mean, more power to them for trying. Not trying to say don't try. But it's gonna be a problem. Absolutely gonna be a problem. Everybody's going to be recording each other like on P99. Exactly. They said they're continually looking at the policies. They are continually looking at the policies. The problem is, Todd, in my opinion, the problem is right now is that these are things that we know are going to be issues, right? I knew, like, they knew, right? Everyone, not everyone, a lot of people pointed out, here's going to be the issue to the policies currently in place, and nothing was changed, and here we are. It's going to go into early access, and it's going to be even worse. These are the issues that I tried to bring up in alpha before going into beta. Now we're in beta going into early access, and they're going to continue to be refined. And yes, we need to have some sort of friction to be able to find out where the problems are. But how much friction do we need before we start making some changes? There's been a lot of friction. And now we have people that are blaming the devs for it. And that's going to cause more bad blood between the community and the devs or GMs, right? That's not something we need. We don't need people being mad at each other. We don't need the devs being mad at the community. The devs might get mad at me for speaking my mind on this, right? Which they shouldn't be mad at me for talking about it openly. They should, I would imagine, I would hope that they would be able to take what I'm saying and be like, okay, yeah, Criddle's making a valid point. But most likely emotions are going to get involved on all sides. I'm trying to be a third party here, looking at it on the dev side and looking at it from the community side. The entire thing was mishandled on all sides, in my opinion. So, yeah. They don't want to deal with it. They want the community to work it out. That's exactly what it is, Mick. They have expected the community to work out some of these issues. They are hoping that the community works out some of these issues. They're relying too much on the community to solve the problems. And again, the community is not going to solve a problem. They're going to inflame the problem. They're just going to make it worse. Hopefully, once there's an expedition, the turbo nerds will be preoccupied chasing obscure rewards far away from. I mean, yeah, I think expeditions could help out. Sure, it could, but right now, they're not in the game. So I think that we need to look at it. Like on alpha, it wasn't even an issue, but I could tell you how it was going to be an issue. So when we implement things, when the devs implement things into this game, I would recommend talking to the community. Here's how we're planning on doing it. How would you all go about dealing with these issues? How would you all go about handling this situation if this is the situation and how it works? I will break it every time. Show it to me. I'm gonna break your entire thing. Like I'm gonna tell you exactly how I'm gonna poop sock it and how it's going to cause drama and how it's going to be an issue for the devs. Let's keep doing that until we figure out a way that causes less issues. There's always going to be an issue, but let's talk about it and figure out ways that we can fix it. Like it infuriates me that these issues were brought up for a long time and things are still exactly the way they were. So going to need a curling judge for camp disputes to see who really is closer, right? Like you're going to have, okay, well, you were standing here, they were standing here, the mob is over here. Let's measure it. It's so silly, dude. It's so silly. P99 has council Discord where there's a speaker for each guild to discuss issues amongst the GMs. Yeah, that's a way to do it, maybe. Sure. Let me ask this. Do you think the current policies address 90% of player problems, 50%? Zero, honestly. 0%. Because the way in which the policies are currently written, people will use those policies in their advantage, right? They're going to say, okay, well, it's written this way, therefore I'm going to do this thing, and I can get away with it doing this. That's what people are doing. It doesn't solve any of the problems. It just makes people figure out ways to get around the problem. The play nice policy does literally nothing that it is intended to do. In my opinion, it does nothing that it's intended to do. Are you serious, Elder? 2 resist in a row? We're doing this today without Sal to see if we can. And so far, it's working well. Speed of the Wild definitely helps, but it is not required. Clearly. No, Todd, I've said many times, I don't have a good solution for it. I'm just trying to point out where the issues are. I don't have a good solution. But I think that that's the problem, right? I think literally the issue is there isn't a good solution. Doesn't matter how hard the devs try to solve the problem, there won't be a solution that will work for everyone. And I feel like the devs are biting off more than they can chew with their stance of let's try to police all of these different things. It's not just the one issue. I'm talking about a bunch of different issues. Right? And that's the problem. We have the play nice policy. That's one issue. You have the botting, which might be part of the play nice policy. You can't bot in the game. Okay? That's another issue. You also can't box in the game. That's another issue. You also can't use mouse and keyboard macros. That's another issue. These are all a bunch of different things that the devs are like, we're trying to police all of these different things in a various variety of ways. And it's too much for these GMs to have to constantly deal with the assumption that players, the community, are going to be policing each other. So then you're going to end up with people saying, well, my way is the correct way. Your way is the wrong way. Well, based on what? Based on whose opinion? Your way may not be the best way. My way may not be the best way. In fact, a player that says my way is the best way and another one that says their way is the best way, maybe both of those are the wrong way. That's the issue that we're going to run into. And there isn't going to be a solution to these problems. I think that the devs are honestly biting off more than they can chew when it comes to trying to police all of these issues. They need to limit what they're policing. And I understand they're trying to police all these for various reasons, and there's good, solid reasons for it. But I feel like they're trying to police too much. And it's just going to cause more problems. I had a friend who had run in with GMs during alpha and won't come to playtest next week. Mind you, I think my buddy was wrong to be mad. Yeah. And I'm not trying to side with the devs, and I'm not trying to side against the devs here. I'm really not. It's an issue all around for everybody. Oh, I'm sure that Trent and Tam and any other GMs that deal with it are fed up with it. Sean was clearly frustrated with it. There's another post. Let me see if I can find it. Specific user, a loving robot. This right here, right? Like he's already saying here, like that, but that's not what I was looking for. Yeah, so the memes that pop up around camps, PvE approach, etc., could be data. You know, like he's talking about GM support here. These are all today. He made a lot of posts today. I'd have to go back a little bit, but there was another post where he sounded frustrated. Again, why I think they need to have a PR person, right? Somebody other than a dev, other than a GM, other than somebody that is directly involved in the situation. Clearly, Trent just said that the entire team was in on that particular situation to deal with that particular resolution to that problem, right? Somebody outside of that, somebody that is not emotionally involved in some way. Because once a dev gets involved, they're going to become emotionally involved with it. Because they are now being called out by somebody else. In this case, it was Pallid was calling out a GM in OOC or in Shout or whatever. He was calling them out, saying that the devs and using explicitive words, and calling them out. And that's not the way to handle it. That's a bad way to handle it. Be a mature adult in these situations if you can. Try to do your best. But unfortunately, emotions run high in people. And when it comes to their gaming, emotions can run very high. PvP is the only server that can police itself. PvP won't be able to police itself, though. It's just going to cause people to quit the game, which is a whole other problem. That's a terrible shield. Wait, that's a shield that doesn't have AC. This was recently fixed, though. GK. How do you pronounce your name, by the way? I'm just going to call you GK because I don't know how to pronounce your name. But they recently made a post or an update where they supposedly fixed the shields. Apparently, they missed one. People will always be the problem. There will never be a full solution because humans are parasites. I agree. I agree. That's why, like, I think that they need to understand. Both the devs and the community need to understand that what am I doing here? Need to understand that these issues are not going to be easily solved. And you're not going to be able to just put in a play nice policy and be like, and we're done. Like, it doesn't matter how many times they change and reiterate the play nice policy. It's not going to fix the problem. And I'm not, again, I don't have a solution either. I don't have a solution. Other than, I mean, even instancing is going to have its own issues, but at least instancing will reduce the number of these issues. But people want to have an open game. I would love to have an old school EverQuest game where we have contested mobs. I would love to have that, but it's going to be a problem. If they do the contested mobs, old school EverQuest way, random timers that can spawn within like a 48-hour period, any time in that 48-hour period, which would create raid calls, right? They could spawn at 2 o'clock in the morning. They can spawn at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They could spawn on a Tuesday. They could spawn on a Saturday. Who knows, right? Right now, though, part of the problem is there's a set schedule. Everyone knows when some of these things are spawning within about a 2 to 4 hour window. That's part of the problem. That's a big part of the problem. And I think it's that needs to change. That 100% needs to change. Because the idea that something is guaranteed to spawn at a certain time just means everybody's going to just pile on top of it. And it's going to be a poop show every single time. How do shields work now? Are they viable over dual wield two-handed? They are if you're fighting something very hard. There's some really high AC shields, and then your block chance can actually go up significantly. It used to cap at 100. Now it caps at 300, so you have a much higher chance of blocking. Everybody go stand in line for 12 hours for your J-boots. Yeah, exactly. Even a plus minus 8 hour variance on big mobs would massively shift how things are camped. It would. It would, Todd. I agree. I think that's their biggest problem with the raids is it's way too predictable. I've been saying that for a while. It's way too predictable. Right now, raid mobs spawn after an earthquake, and it's plus minus 4 hours. Make it plus minus 24 hours or more. The bigger you make it, it's completely random. You have no idea when that thing's going to spawn. It's not a perfect solution, but it's better than the current situation. The problem with Earthquake as a spawn is the same problem as Congress trading stocks. It is. Yeah, it is. I'd agree with that as an economist. You know, like if a politician can tweet something that makes a stock go up or down, and then they're allowed to also trade stocks, you see where the problem is with that? I'm going to make a tweet that's going to cause this stock to crash, and then I'm going to buy it. Then I'm going to make another tweet a few days later that's going to cause the stock to go up, and then I'm going to sell it. See what the problem is? That is happening a lot in our country right now. Way too much. Stock manipulation by politicians. And I'm not talking politics. I'm not going to talk about that because that's a whole other story. But stock manipulation it's a problem. But since you brought it up, I just wanted to throw that out there. But yeah, like you know, being able to know exactly when something is going to happen. Oops, I probably should have picked that up. That is the biggest issue right now. The issue with those particular scepter mobs is literally that. We know they spawn every 72 hours on the dot, every single day. So people are going to run over there. They're going to train each other. They're going to do all the things that they're doing. Here's a solution. Have any mob in that area, when you kill it, it can respawn to be one of those named. And those named then drop the scepters that are needed. So the more people you have over there killing and clearing mobs, the more chances you have for those things to spawn. I mean, it would solve the problem that they're currently having. It's not a perfect solution, but it would definitely solve the current problem of people showing up every 72 minutes. Like, whomever decided that was a good idea, you know, some things on paper sound fun and really cool and interesting, but when you actually implement them, they don't function that way. They just don't. I think it's best to have healthy mix of open, contested area instance content. Perhaps to enter the instance raid, you need a key, which you can get from mobs in contested areas. And once you have the key, you don't need to unless you lose it. So, Nova, yes, that is true. And they did that in EverQuest. However, what people end up doing is they lock down the key mob. They make sure they kill the key mob so other people can't get access to the instance. That's not going to work. If they want to solve these problems, that's not going to work. The poop sock guilds do not want to give an advantage to their lesser guilds, so they will lock down mobs. I know that this is going to happen because I have literally done it in the past on other games. When I played in EverQuest, we killed the raid mobs, the locked mobs. We killed them all the time to prevent people from getting into instances because we didn't want them to get better gear to be able to do the higher content. It was part of the competition, right? We don't want them to be able to get better gear so they can't compete with us on the actual contested content that is happening. So if they can't kill the contested mob because they don't have the gear for it, then, you know, kind of solves that problem. Oh my gosh. It's toxic. It's super toxic, Dream. I will 100% admit that it is very toxic behavior, but it will happen. Whether you want it to or not, it 100% will happen. And how are the devs going to be able to police that? Oh, you're not allowed to kill this mob? Why not? Because we don't have somebody specifically that needs a key? Do you have to have like, okay, well, I want to key an alt. So I'm keying an alt this time. Next week, I'm keying a different alt. Next week, I'm keying a different alt. So now I have some, like, it's just, how do you police that? You can't. They'll sell you loot rights. They'll sell, yeah, we sold loot rights a lot. We never sold loot rights on a key quest item. We would not, this is what I did in EverQuest 2, and I am not saying to do this now. I'm not proud of it by any means or anything like that, right? I'm just telling you what people will do to prevent others from content, to lock others out of content. And that's 100% what we did, is we stopped people from getting keyed into certain instances because we didn't want to compete with them on the overworld bosses. And I think that's part of the issue. I don't know the devs directly. I don't know what they have or haven't done in video games, how hardcore they are with rating and all that, right? But my opinion is, based on what I've seen so far, is the devs that are implementing these things were not part of the competitive raid community. They were just not part of it. So they don't realize what these competitive raid guilds are doing or willing to do to each other. Can we take a minute to talk about how wild poop sock is? I just Googled the term. It is pretty wild. Yeah, it is wild. Perhaps all the mobs in an area can spawn the name mob. In my opinion, that's how they should do it, right? Every single mob in that area should be able to spawn or trigger a raid mob. Or have any mob in that area drop the item. Make it a 1% chance. Make it a 0.1% chance. Make it a stupidly low chance to drop, and any mob in that area could potentially drop the item that's needed to spawn the raid boss. That would make it to where people are just going to sit over there and farm the mobs all day. Now, does that solve the problem? No, they're still going to be fighting each other over mobs, but they're not going to be there all at the exact same time, farming, trying to kill mobs that spawn every 72 minutes. Pantrilla, Harladar, yeah. Gornair, yep. Yeah, we locked all of those mobs down so that people couldn't get keyed in EverQuest 2 to go to, what was it, Death Toll or whatever it was called? Have the name, has an 80% drop rate, and regular man has a 1% drop rate. Still going to cause problems. If it's got an 80% drop rate, people will still show up every time that name pops. If you have it on a 72-minute timer, right? If you have it on a 72-minute timer. They're trying to make it, and this, it's cool that what they're trying to do. They're trying to make this game feel more like a D&D style game where players feel like they're part of a world. The problem is, if you feel like you're part of a world, you have to make things consistent and happen at certain times, and etc. They're trying to make these cool features, which is great, and I love that they're trying to do it. It doesn't work in an MMO situation. That works in a single-player setting. It works in a D&D style setting. It works, in games where you don't have people competing against each other for spawns. More no drop gear would deter more longer camps. Possibly, yeah. That's probably true, Dream. Like, people wouldn't sit at a camp if the gear was. Hang on a second. We'll do this one. It's fine. They wouldn't sit as a camp as long if there were no drops, because then they can't just loot it and trade it or whatever. You would still sell loot rights. Yeah, that would still happen. But it alleviates some of the issue. It doesn't solve the problem, but it does alleviate some of the issue. I personally think that they need to have somebody on their team that, and maybe they do, and maybe that person is misremembering. I don't know. Maybe they have somebody that I'm about to say, but they need to have somebody on their team. Oh, I'm lagging out here. That is or was a hardcore raider type of person that has that mentality. Hang on, what do I need for this? 280 mana? Oh boy. Maybe shifting all these raid loot to expeditions. I mean, expeditions could work. Expeditions are also going to be contested. So that's not going to solve the problem. It's just going to shift to expeditions. So I would need more information on how the expeditions are going to work before I could tell you if that will work or not as a way to solve these problems. So like you'd have to give me, here's what we're planning on doing, and then I'll tell you how I'm going to break it, or how I'm going to cause problems with it, or how it will cause problems, however you want to phrase that. You know, people like me are probably going to ruin the experience. I'm not doing that. I'm not even the one doing it in beta, and it's already happening, you know, because to my point that it's going to end up happening. That's why I just completely avoided it. Expedition take you to an instance island. They would have to do an instance. Yes, they would have to instance things. I want to hear Jeff Kaplan's take on how to do it. He was the hardest of poop sockers and successful MMO designer. Was he a poop socker? Like, was he actually playing the game and doing the hardcore 2 a.m. raid calls and all that kind of stuff? Instance-based expeditions with lockouts would work. Potentially. That would solve some problems. It's how he became a dev, is from doing that? Okay. Wouldn't you just do all the open world stuff first and do expeditions when timer is down? Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. It depends on how you implement this stuff. You know, I've been in those guilds, guys. Like, I've been in world first guilds. I've done all that kind of stuff. Like, this stuff isn't hard to figure out. I can break pretty much everything that the devs are trying to do with this game. I will tell you how it's going to not work. Because it's not going to be instance content. You would have to instance it. Then how do you get access to the instance? Okay. So if access to the instance can be blocked, it will be blocked, is the problem. If you can prevent a player from doing something, there will be a player that's going to prevent it. It's going to happen. So now we have to start thinking, okay, how do we make content that other players can't prevent other players from getting? And let's work towards that goal. And until we get on that, then you're not going to have a solution. So just throwing more stuff into the game where people can block you is not going to solve the problem. Used to block in Freeport Bank with Ogre Illusion for days at a time. He did that stuff? Yeah. I did that stuff too. Like, yeah, we were a bunch of jerks. You know? But that's how we were. To think that that's not going to happen in this game is very short-sighted. Being in a top guild myself in EQ, I understand the push, the greed. It can get completely out of hand fast. It can. Absolutely. Yeah, see, I would love to be Jeff Kaplan in this situation. I have poop socked probably more games than Jeff Kaplan has. I guarantee you I have. But that doesn't make me better for the job, etc. I'm not saying that. But like, that's the thing is, you know, his ideas are just like my ideas or just like your ideas. They're not any different. It's just a matter of perspective. Maybe I'm too pilled, and I don't think DZ's instance hurt the game, feel immersion. I mean, they could, they couldn't. It depends. I think instancing is a huge step towards it. Instancing would definitely alleviate some of the issues. Yes. I can't say it'll do all, but it will alleviate some of the issues. But again, to the point of the devs, they are trying to come up with solutions that are not instancing. They know that instancing could solve some of these problems. Sure. They know that. Well, yeah, but how was he a game designer? Like, was he a... Did he go to school and become a game designer? Or did he just become a game designer by playing games? Like, that, there's a difference. Like, I could consider myself a game designer, too. Like, I've sat around and thought about D&D modules and how to make encounters in video games. And, you know, I've even built a few fun encounters in a D&D module in it, you know, for... And I've tried to make games using Unity and Unreal Engine and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like, I've done all that stuff too. Like, I've dabbled in it. I just didn't go to school for it. So, like, not trying to, like, bust Jeff Kaplan's bubble here. I'm not trying to do any of that. But, you know, how is he different than anybody else? He's not. You know, we all have ideas. Some of them will work. Some of them won't work. You know, I appreciate Jeff Kaplan and the things that he's put into it, sure. But that's all I'm trying to say. He could probably tell you ways to break the design. Probably, yeah. He absolutely could. Yeah, we all have ideas, but none of us gets paid for them. Yeah, because ideas are a dime a dozen. Ideas are easy. Good ideas are hard to come by, right? But ideas themselves, those are free. People post their ideas all over the dang place. It's just a matter of taking them. The issue with instancing, it multiplies the loot in the world. It does do that. Yep. Instancing will multiply the loot in the world because now you have more people able to do more content. It absolutely, you're right, Todd. I'll read the rest of that here in a second, but you're not wrong with that statement. So there's issues with instancing. There's issues with not instancing. The instancing, you know, like there's issues with all of this stuff. Oh my gosh. Why? I miss that one every single time. That one that runs from the side. I got to figure out how to pull that one properly. Do this without Sal. They like the idea of scarcity. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They like the idea of rare loot. They've openly said they like the concept of even a single rare item existing on a server. So instancing introduces a design conflict here, depending on how they're used to it. Expeditions are fine, but like normal dungeons go against this. Yeah, exactly, Todd. Their ideas, the devs have a certain direction they want to go with this game. So with that direction in mind is where we need to come up with solutions. And that's where the hard part is going to be. What are the solutions with their design choices in mind? Nothing like a perfect world. I'd rather have some issues than watering down the game. Yep, that's another thing, right? That's how the devs are looking at it right now. The devs would rather have an imperfect world than have to instance things. And I am, you know, I'm kudos to the devs for wanting to do that. Absolutely. Pardo was raiding in LOS under Kaplan while he was lead deving Warcraft 3, if I recall, the lore. Okay. I think limited instance is fine, but it just needs to be applied with restraint and purpose and not blanketed over every dungeon or boss. Yeah, I mean, sure. Oh, Sean commented on the thread. Let's go read that. Because I'm curious what he says on that. Let's see, down here. Since this post will draw some attention and people might have otherwise missed posts on the specific topic, Pustulax, and high-end encounters in general, right here. Cool. Also, this one here, yep. Here's me asking if we should remove the encounters for now and taking your feedback. Yep. Getting upset at situations in-game will happen. This is what I was trying to point out, is that this topic has been an ongoing issue, guys. This isn't anything new. As we're getting upset about decisions made by GMs and or other stuff, being disappointed in some aspects of the game is also natural and will happen. Making vulgar comments about the staff in OOC directly to them in tells and or any other public forums will result in a ban, not just from beta. The team is volunteering their time. Show some decency and show how you deal with them. That's 100% what I was saying. Right? That's literally what I meant up here. Remove them from the game because, and I responded why, this will happen and it'll be GMs to deal with the petitions. They will have to choose a side which the other side might disagree with, and it will cause bad blood between GMs and the community if they do not, quote unquote, make the right decision. Come on, guys. Like, this isn't rocket science. This isn't rocket science. That's why I say remove them. That's literally why Sean said right there. Right here. This is the post. Right? Sean asked me, I made a comment somewhere in here. Right here. Of course, deactivating this encounter, why not do the same for other similar encounters? There are several raid encounters that are currently unfinished or not properly tuned. That was on May 7th. Sean responded right here, asking if other people think that they should remove them. And I asked if it was a rhetorical question right here. And Sean came back and said it is not a rhetorical question. And he says, if it is causing more headaches than it is worth for you guys, I will go through the list and deactivate them. I think it's causing more headaches than it's worth. Other people disagree, but come on. It's clear as day that it's causing headaches, not only for the community, but also for the devs and the GMs. It is causing headaches all around. Way more than this dev team needs right now. Because people are being childish in a freaking beta. Like, come on, man. It is crazy to me. Same situation when I had an issue yesterday at this camp. I was fine with people coming in and taking mobs. Absolutely fine with it. I didn't like it. I wasn't like happy about it necessarily. But hey, they want to take mobs. They're going to take mobs. I'm not going to petition them for it. I'm not going to cry about it. Whatever. We're just going to move on. Then when I went to get something, they petition. They get a GM involved because they tagged a mob and then I nuked a mob and it becomes a whole freaking problem. Right? Then it makes me look like the bad guy because I, according to the dev in that situation, tagged a mob after they tagged it. Because of their game design. So, I disagreed with the dev's decision. I didn't go flame the dev. I didn't do any of that. But come on, man. Like, they petitioned? Yes, they petitioned me yesterday because they tagged a mob and then I nuked the mob 5 seconds later. According to the dev, I nuked the mob 5 seconds later. I was trying to get a quad kite pull, which is how wizards play in this game, and I was pulling that mob through, moving my mobs around the way that you do a quad kite pull. It was a whole situation, and it's going to cause more freaking problems. But did I get any credit for not petitioning earlier in the day? Actually, I did. I will go back and say that I did. Tam, when I said that to Tam and I said, hey, I didn't petition, Tam did respond with, thank you for not escalating it further. And I said, no problem, and I moved on. You know? Come on, man. You know what solves all this? You're going to say PvP. PvP doesn't solve it. It just causes other issues in other areas. Yeah, PvP does not solve these problems. So I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about some of this stuff. Removing shade. You guys are saying that I'm not. Right? You guys are saying that I'm not. There seems to be a consistent factor to most of these issues. What is that factor? You know, and I'm not trying to be mean to anybody. I'm not trying to throw shade, right? Like I'm not doing any of that. I'm just saying, what's the consistent factor? But, you know, I'm willing and I'm fine with it to be the messenger that everybody wants to shoot, you know. Don't shoot the messenger is how I keep referring to this stuff. But, I mean, dude, it's... If you've never heard that phrase, don't shoot the messenger, Google it. Whoops. Person who stole my camp and the GM told me to share. Same guild. Yeah. It's what's constantly happening is shade coming in. You know, like this is just what I'm hearing. Okay. Shade coming in, causing a problem, then petitioning a GM and saying, we did it within the rules of the play nice policy. Every single time. It's becoming a well-known trend. Right? Reputation matters in this game. The reputation of Shade is starting to blow up. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger as people are getting higher level. Previously, Shade was generally speaking ahead of the rest of the server. Right? So it didn't matter. They could do whatever they wanted. They were able to do anything they wanted whenever they wanted. But now it's starting to kind of mingle in with the rest of the players, and you're starting to see where the problem is. You know? I would love to see the statistics on this. Let's see, have the devs show it. Show the statistics of who's petitioning the most, what their petitions are for, who it involves, what guilds are involved. Let's get that information, right? I bet you, I would nearly guarantee it. I can't guarantee it, but I would come close to guaranteeing that it's the same people consistently. Is this a known guild in other games? No, not that I know of. It's a known guild in this game. They started up. Some of them I think were in alpha, and they pushed super hard in alpha. They started doing some of this stuff in alpha. Then, the thing is, Rampage, the guild that I'm in, was already established and kind of doing all the content in alpha. But we were doing it in a tester capacity, and we were being friendly to other people and we even at one point let Shade go try other mobs instead of us spawn camping it and killing it. We even said, no, go ahead. Have at it. Try to go kill the boss. Enjoy. We left it up for them. But on this server, that's not happening. They just transferred over to beta, and they went super hard into the beta from the very beginning because they wanted to be the top guild in beta. At least that's my understanding of it, right? That's how I perceive it. And they pushed to be that. And they probably, I would say between them and Cohesion, you know, they probably are the top, if not one of the top guilds in beta. They're the only guild, in my understanding, Shade, and I think they worked with another guild to kill one of the raid bosses. So there's one raid boss that they're the only guild that's killed it. So they probably are considered the top guild, which is also going to get them a lot of hate. Just because people don't, you know, they're going to be competitive and like, oh, let's take down Shade. You know, should that be the case? I don't know. But yeah, it's just the whole thing, man. It's the whole thing. It's beta, who cares? Exactly. It's beta. Why are we fighting over this stuff? Let's find solutions rather than cause problems. And I think I'm going to say that I think that Shade and Cohesion and any other guild that's involved, and to some extent Rampage, there are people in there that are doing it. I'm going to call them all out. And I'm going to say that they're all causing part of the issue. Right? They're all doing it. Now, some of them are working together and some of them are not working together. But the problem is, it's not about working together versus not working together. The problem is that the issue is there. So it's going to be a problem. Like, that's all there is to it. Love seeing your stream. Fishing and WoW TBC at the moment. Needed a break from Monsters Beta. Dude, we all need a break from Monsters Beta. But how you doing, Doomer? I hope you're doing well. I think that this beta is causing so many people to just get so mad at each other. Like right now, I don't think that Shade and Cohesion and Rampage are all three of those guilds. Like I said a couple weeks ago, there's beef. There's beef there. And I had somebody come in. I'm not going to call them out or anything. Somebody come in and say there's no beef. Guys, there's clearly beef. It's right here. There's beef. It's right there. And that's what I was trying to say previously. That's all I was saying previously. Like, you just proved my point. There's beef there. Just because, like, one person in the guild is okay with everybody else in another guild. Heck, all three guild leaders of those three guilds, the three quote-unquote, you know, top guilds, whatever you want to call them, all three of those guilds, the leaders, they may not like the other people, but they all work with each other they're okay. They seem to get along to some extent. They may like or not like other people. I don't know. I'm not those people, but they seem to get along. It's the people within the guilds, though. And it's what's being allowed to happen within the guilds. There's somebody's got to take responsibility. Oh, shoot. Sister Elsie, you went the wrong way. I guess we're going this way this time. What baffles me is this is beta. Why are you going so hard? It's going to be wiped. I don't get it. Test and help polish the game. That's exactly. That's 100%. I'm with you on that. Why are you going so hard? And that's kind of what I've been trying to bring up to some of these guilds is, share the content with each other, work with each other, etc. Let other people see the content, try the content. That's going to help the devs develop a better game rather than a few guilds spawn camping these things that are completely broken, by the way, and killing them instantly. That's not helping test. It's not helping test at all. Even on the PvP server, all the guild leaders are buds. Are they? I don't know. I don't frequent the PvP server. They're gonna burn out hard. A lot of them will. A lot of them have. There's quite a few people that have burnt out, and I haven't seen them. I don't want to name shame or anything like that, but there were people that were some of the first to level 60. They went super duper hard in the beginning of the game. I haven't seen them log in a while. So either they got banned or they burn out. Or they're playing alts and I don't know what their alts names are, which is also a possibility. You could argue that the competition is helping test as well. The thing is, it's not helping test anything. This is all pretty easily. I mean, I don't think it's testing anything other than our patience, right? It's not a test. They're breaking the game exactly the way that anyone would be breaking the game. It's clear that these things were going to happen, in my opinion. It's not. This isn't telling at all. We're not learning anything that we didn't already know. Testing the social construct of game design? Yeah, but are you really testing anything that's not already known? Would you go and test something if you already have a proven fact about it? Right? Gravity. We know gravity exists. Do we need to test it further? Do we need to go and knock apples out of trees so we can figure out what gravity is? You see what I'm saying? We don't need to test certain things. Testing the play nice policy. I read the play nice policy and I said 6 months ago that's not going to function the way they want it to. It was. I mean, at least in my opinion. I mean, maybe they do need testing on it. Maybe they need to be. Sometimes I guess people don't. They don't know something is going to work the way it is until they do it themselves, right? For example, flat earthers. They think the Earth is flat because they're on Earth and that's how they see it. Somebody would need to take them to space to prove that Earth is round. And literally they have to see it with their own eyes. Until they see it with their own eyes, then they don't believe it. But at some point, we should probably take other people's, hey, you got a point. I'm going to assume and I'm going to say that the astronauts, the Earth is round. I'm going to just go and say that that's true, right? Based on all of these other people that are saying it is, based on looking up at a sky with a telescope and seeing round objects everywhere. All other planets in our solar system are round, right? They are spheres. Why would ours not be? So to the point that if 100 people are saying 99 out of 100 people are saying, here's what's going to happen, it's probably what's going to happen. We don't need that 100th person seeing it with their own eyes to prove the point. We don't have to prove it to everyone. We just have to prove it to enough people to then say, this is just how it is. If it's a different environment, you need to test that gravity does. If it's a different environment, but it's not a different environment. It's the same environment. It's like you might need to prove, if we go to Mars, is gravity Stronger or weaker on Mars? Okay, now we go to Venus. Is it stronger or weaker on Venus than Earth, right? Sure, you could do that. You could prove, is it better or worse? But when you know that these planets have gravity, they have gravity. We know that for a fact. That's what I'm trying to get at. Now, how bad is that gravity? Sure, the level of gravity is different. Reading something and theorizing on how it would work and executing it, collecting data, different things. I'm not theorizing. Literally, most of what I have said over the past year of playing this game is not theorizing. It's just facts. They're just facts. People can disagree with my facts until they see it themselves. Once they see it themselves, then they're like, okay, now I see it. They're just facts. Solo XP is better than group XP. It's a fact on certain classes, right? Solo XP on certain classes is better than group XP. It's a fact. And it takes people actually doing it to see it. These are not like, I don't know. I'm getting really worked up over it, and I probably should calm down. But yeah. Anyway, monster memory could be taking the Thomas Edison approach, P policy. They could, yeah. People are naive when it comes to people. They are. They're super naive when it comes to other people. Like, too many people give other people a benefit of the doubt. Here's why. And I'm not a psychologist, okay? So I'm just going to give you my opinion on this. But my opinion on it is pretty sound. Anyway, I'm not going to keep talking about that. People in general assume other people will do things the way in which they themselves would approach the situation. Does that make sense? So if you are going to follow the play nice policy, you would assume others will follow the play nice policy. If you do not follow the play nice policy, you will assume others will not follow the play nice policy. Is that 100% a factual statement? No, not 100% of the time, but I would say it's consistent enough to where that is a fairly factual statement, right? Most people in the world will assume others will treat a situation the same way that they would treat it. And that is just not the case, unfortunately. People will treat different situations differently based on their past experiences and and how they have dealt with them previously. That's just the way the world works. So in the play nice policy situation, you have people that will, in fact, read the play nice policy and say, hey, that sounds great. Let's all follow the play nice policy. Then you're going to have somebody go, I've been bitten by the play nice policy in the past. Here's how it functions. Here's how it hurt me. And here's what I did about it, etc., or the other person did about it, etc. And they are then going to go forward and say, well, nope, this is how it works in the past. This is how it's going to work in the future. And this is just how it is. So you're going to have two different types of people trying to deal with the play nice policy in two different ways. Not rocket science. This is just like, these are facts. So to assume that the community is going to police itself is a flaw in itself. Because the community, some will police themselves, some will choose not to. So you have to go with the latter of not everyone will police everyone in the community. It's like you have a speed limit sign on the side of the road, right? Do you go to the speed limit? Because that's what the rule is. That's what the law is. Do you go the speed limit? Does anyone in here actually drive right on the speed limit? Guess what? I do. And I get yelled at every time I do it by my girlfriend. She's like, you're going the speed limit. That's super suspicious. Right? Here's a funny one. If you go out and you have a couple drinks with your friends and you're driving home, technically it's illegal, right? Do you go exactly the speed limit? Because that's going to look suspicious to some people. Who drives exactly the speed limit? Only people that are super into the rules and regulations and people that are afraid of getting caught. Those are the people that follow the rules exactly. Right? Like, this is just how the world works. You drive under the... I do drive under the speed limit sometimes. I'm telling you, my girlfriend yells at me all the time about it. She's yelling at me right now. I just drive, I don't know. I just drive at whatever speed I feel like driving, I don't go crazy over the speed limit. On the interstate, I will go 9 miles an hour over the speed limit. Exactly. I check my speed and I lock it in at 9 over the speed limit. Why do I do that? Because generally speaking, police officers will not pull you over for going 9 miles an hour over the speed limit. It's just, the rule is this. We're going to skirt the rule as close as possible without breaking. Well, we are breaking it, but we're going to go as close as we possibly can to that rule so that we don't get in trouble for it. That's the play nice policy. Guys, like, this isn't rocket science. Is there anything I can write in my beta key request that will make them want to give me a key? Malice, there's a few things that you could say that might make them lean to it, but you still have to have the chances of them actually reading all of that. There's been 20,000 plus people, I think, at this point that have opted in for that play nice policy. Let's assume that half of them wrote something in that description down there. That's 10,000 things that they have to go and read. The chances of them reading yours, it might increase your chances, yes, but there's not something that I would say is guaranteed to help you. But, maybe. Shots. People hauling a load. Yeah, I do a lot of time. Oh, yeah, if there's a reason you're doing it, though, Ryan. If you're hauling a load, yeah, if you're pulling something behind you and you're not used to it, you're probably going to go under the speed limit or right at the speed limit. You're going to be a lot more cautious. But I have seen plenty of the lawn care guys that are around here that are pulling trailers that just fly through neighborhoods and fly down because they're used to it, right? They're used to doing it. So yeah, that doesn't, because one person does it doesn't mean everyone will do it. And that's another issue that we have in this community, and that includes the devs and the players, is that when you assume you do it that way, another person will do it that way. And we can't assume that. You cannot assume that. Just because you do something some way does not mean anyone else will do it that way. There's no way for a community to police themselves if there's no way to enforce it. That's another issue. Yeah, you're right. So if we don't have a play nice policy with ways to enforce the play nice policy, then the community can't police itself. So how do you enforce it without the play nice policy is how we did it back in EverQuest. Reputation matters, right? In this case that we currently have, there's people or guilds. They earn a reputation, and it comes to the community to lock those people or guilds out of the game in every possible way they can, and just make them not want to be here. Treat them poorly. And I'm not trying to say be mean to them. What I'm trying to say is don't group with them. Don't allow them to do the things that they want to do. Just constantly, if that player or a member from that guild wants to group with you, just say no. Even if that player in that guild, and this is going to sound harsh. It's going to sound harsh. Even if a player in that guild is an okay person, right? They associate themselves with that guild. Now, people will stop joining that guild if everyone in that said guild is being ousted by the rest of the community. Be like, no, I don't want you in my group because you're part of that guild. They will then go, oh man, this guild is toxic. It's a bad idea. I'm going to leave this guild and join a different guild. Right? Then those players, okay, now we're going to invite you to our party because you're now part of a different guild. We know you as being a good player and you're not part of a toxic community. And that'll solve the problem, in my opinion. It solves the problem. It's like gang members in real life. You know, hey, I know you're part of that gang. So that gang, I know for a fact, is a bad group of people. You may not be a bad person, but you are part of that and you associate yourself with those people. I don't want anything to do with you. I'm now going to go over here and associate myself with a different group of people. Eventually, those people in that gang will say, you know, guys, this isn't worth my time. It's not worth me being here. You know, you guys are doing bad things. I'm now going to leave and I'm going to try to better myself. That is how you do it. At least in my opinion, that's how you should do it. So, will that happen in this game? I don't know. The Amish shunning tactic? Yes, the Amish shunning tactic. Sure. That is a way to look at it, I guess, if you want to. That's funny. Avoid those guys. That's the gang that stole from Uncle Pallid. I mean, I'm not going to say it that way, right? I don't even know who Pallid is. I am not for nor against Pallid. I've never spoken to the person. Never. That I know of, that I can remember. I've never had an interaction which has made me remember that interaction with Pallid. But I have, in fact, interacted. I'm not taking sides either, Has. I have, in fact, interacted with the opposing side many times. Right? So let's talk about the opposing side for a moment. The opposing side, apparently, in this situation, was Nidiak. I have nothing against Nidiak. Nothing whatsoever. He comes in my stream often. I've chatted with him many times. And I have nothing against Nidiak personally. Right? But I have interacted with Shade many times. Some of the people, many of the people that I've interacted with in Shade, I've had problems with in some way, shape, or form. It may only be one bad apple in the entire guild, but that one bad apple is setting up they are setting up a standard for their guild. And when that person is in the group with anybody else in their guild, it makes them look bad. It makes all of them look bad by proxy. So that's where I'm at with it. Two wrongs don't make a right type situation, in my opinion. You're right. You're right. I don't disagree. I'm not trying to say anything about Pallid. Pallid was not at the camp. He was not, at the camp where it needed to be. But it was apparently known to the community that Pallid was trying to farm that particular scepter, whatever, here nor there. Nidiak did show up. Now I'm hearing that Nidiak, trained in. I don't know if this is fact or not, but I'm hearing that that's what happened. So I'm on my way to you. Don't move. Can you get here quickly? Do you have your own mats, by the way? I only need powder because that's the only thing I can do out here is powder. ETA 3 minutes? Okay. If you have your own powder, then you're good. If you don't have your own powder, then I'd have to save you some of mine. 20 arcane powder. Okay. That'll make you 3-ish. What do you want made? Enchants? Here, I'll hook you up. I got you. I'll make you tier 4 ones. You give me your 20, and I will hook you up with something better. because I'm feeling nice. No, I just like to help out the community. But bring me the arcane powder. Okay, we got intelligence, greater intelligence necklace, greater intelligence helm. All right. Bring me your 20 arcane and I'll give you those two. Hope your stream's going well. It is. It is, Bash. I'll trade you 20 enchanted or arcane powder for those. Which these two are worth 16 arcane powder each. Well, no, more than that. What do you say is going rate for arcane powder for tier 1 items? You talking about the tier 1 items? I don't know. That's cheap. That would be enchanted powder, I think. If you can DE an item, does that mean it's connected to a quest? If you can't, no, it does not. There's just some items that can't be disenchanted for some stupid reason. I shouldn't call it a stupid reason. That's mean of me. I won't call it a stupid reason. For whatever reason it happened. There are better reasons. Well, I think the reason is because they didn't know. It's not a stupid reason. It's just I think that the dev didn't realize they needed to flag the item as disenchantable. Which isn't stupid. It's just not knowing something. And yeah, it's not fair to call something stupid just because you don't know, right? All right, where you at? You said 3 minutes? There better be a reason. There's not a reason. It's just they didn't know. That's all. Their entire reason is they did not know. So 6 cotton padding. I need... Okay. Yeah, I'm going to start working this out. There you are. If anybody else wants enchants, I am happy to make you guys enchants. If you provide me with powder or the mats, or you give me a bunch of disenchant items, I will gladly make you enchants for free. So anybody in chat, if you want anything made in this game, I will gladly do it for free for you, as long as I can make it. I will attempt to make it for free. If you provide the mats. I have 240, I think, in tailoring. Where's tailoring? 237 in tailoring. I've got 190 leatherworking. I've got enchanting is like a 250. So, yeah, just let me know. I'm happy to do it, guys. Happy to do it. Don't let people price gouge you, because they are doing it. I'll do this on early access as well once that happens. I don't mind at all. Because, in fact, you're probably helping me. Well, you are helping me by being in the channel. But you're also helping me by giving me mats, so. Found out that the flaming XP bar is a hell level. Is this correct? That is correct. Yes, Dark Tavern. They are hell levels, which means they are double the amount of XP that is required. I'm new here, so I apologize for not knowing, but do you have characters other than Fighter and Wizard? I don't have characters on this server other than Fighter and Wizard, no. I have played a lot of characters, though. So, these are my two characters. So, leveling in this game takes a long time. It's very, it's not like World of Warcraft, and you can level up a character to max level in a week, and level up another character, and level up another character. It takes hundreds of hours. Minimum is going to be like 200 hours. Your first character that you level up in this game is probably going to take you 500 plus hours. Your second character, once you learn the game, might be less. But yeah. Uh-oh, who's this over here? Somebody coming in on my territory? Oh, they're killing Thrallmaster. Who is that? Oh, I wonder if they just went over there for Thrallmaster. Got your campfire ready. Thanks again. Thanks for the enchants. Yeah, no worries. No worries. No worries at all. Oh, did you put me... Is this a campfire right here? Thank you. I'll use that. What are you planning next weekend for the open beta? I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to play this game or not for the open beta. I might play something else. What do you guys want to do? I'm going to leave it up to chat. You guys start giving me some ideas. I don't mind playing other games. I don't mind playing this game. After Cinder Beetles, when quad kiting, after the Beetles, that was the teens. I went to Fallen Pass, I think. PoE 2. I thought about PoE 2, Bash. I did think about that. That's definitely on the list of possibilities. Dusty Skeletons? Yeah. Dusty Skeletons and Fallen Pass. Thank you so much for the campfire. I appreciate it. Wow, do you see how many... Dude, do you see that? Arc Spell Shield, man. Holy moly, that's a lot of fizzles. Look at that. Dude. That's ridiculous. Back to tier 1 disenchanting. Wish me luck. Yeah, good luck. My first MMOs were EQ and Asheron's Call, so I'm used to the slow level grind. Yeah, that's what this game will be then for you. Oh my god, these guys are just trying to kite this around. This is hilarious. Should I help them? All right, well, if they can try to kite it if they want to. I don't care. It doesn't look good. I mean, I asked them if they wanted help. I can nuke it and do like, I don't know, 30% of its health in one nuke. It's crazy, so. But yeah, like I don't care if they want to come and camp. Like technically, I could have been saying I'm camping it or whatever, but I'm not. You know, I'm not camping it, so I don't really care. I want other people to experience and have fun with the game. These are the same mobs you've been camping for a week? Yes. Yeah, these are the same. I was going to leave and come back and do something else, but I decided to stay for a couple of reasons. I have my reasons. Oh, I got the hiccups. Oops, game time is 4 a.m. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Gotta love the lag. And it completely messed up. Jeez Louise, dude. Are you kidding me? Lag is literally getting me killed here. Like, this is so ridiculous, dude. There they go. They got it. Good job. It's server lag. I got it at the same time. It is. Yeah, it's been server lag for a while. They introduced it well, I don't want to say recently, but not too long ago. Ow. I should have been camping the mob over here for a while. That particular mob to try to get the items from it. Like it's got like a clicky mask that has a an illusion on it. So a lot of people are going to want to have that. Just, fun items like that. Is it in the human version or the Ashira version that drops it? It's been a highly contested one due to being a placeholder for the ghoul's sword. It's the ghoul, I believe, that drops it. I think. What's crazy is I don't see a lot of people over here actually camping it. So, I don't know how... I don't feel like it's that contested, to be honest. Like... It is, yeah. It's a full moon type spawn, yeah. When there is a full moon, that's when it spawns, something like that. Bash, it's a sword that procs a mana tap, like a mana drain or whatever. It's a two-handed sword. Well, it's only because there's only 10,000 people in the world that have access to this server. So you can't really compare it to P99. Like, everybody has access to P99 if they wanted to do it. There's 400 people on. Places will feel dead. It depends. Like, depends on how many places there are to go. Like that's all depends. Like that, you know, that you could blow that out of proportion if you wanted to. Do we have 10,000 zones and only 400 people online, or do you have 2 zones and 400 people online? Right? It depends. There's a lot of factors there. So, like, I wouldn't say that it feels dead, or I wouldn't take that as any indication of the game going to be dead or anything like that. At what level is it worth it to farm gear? I watched one of your videos about not wasting your time in Wormsbane, for example. I wouldn't worry about starting to gear up in the current iteration of the game until about level 20. Then I would definitely start looking at getting some gear. But up to about level 20, it's just not really necessary. And the stats don't scale well at lower level. So, like, at level 1, if you have really good gear, it's not going to do much for you anyway. Because you're not going to get much out of the stats. Final word is 2250 with mana burn 2. Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's the final word. It's a different one. I think it's like the Ghoul Bane or something. Let me see if I can get you the name of it. It's the Vile Bastard Sword. Mana Drain 3. 1640, 5 strength, 5 int. There you go. I should probably actually camp that mob because I could kill it. The problem is killing the Thrall Master. I don't know if I can kill the Thrall Master because it's an enchanter. It is, it might be one-handed. It says primary. Heard a rumor MB3 is bugged and returns mana to you as well. It's mana drain. It's not mana burn, it's mana drain. So it's a different thing altogether. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, I probably should get Speed of the Wild at night when nighttime is coming and actually kill that boss, because I should be able to solo it if I can get it without all of its ads. Even if I get it with its ads, I just snare the ads and solo the boss. It wouldn't be hard. Oh my goodness. I resisted my big nuke. Silly game. I'm pretty sure it's a yeah, because that says two-handed. I guess it is one-handed. That's actually a really good weapon if it's one-handed. Yeah, the problem for me is killing the Thrall Master, though. I don't know if I can kite the Thrall Master around. Yeah, I feel like the only reason to kill that, there's two reasons. The heck? There's two reasons to kill those mobs. Thrallmaster drops the Troll Illusion, and then the second mob drops the Mana Drain Sword. Did I kill two or 1, 2, 3? Okay, so we're gonna do big bada boom. Bada big boom. Oh my gosh. Zilag, zilag. Do 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 do. I like the tropic type music here. It's fun. You know, this makes you feel like you're in the Caribbean or something. Do 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 do. Well, let's go read some more posts. Any more drama? Shaman way overtune. Shaman has everything, has hots, direct heals, invis, has everything, the best buffs in the game, infinite mana, Sow, Purge, lots of trash buffs for Dispel, Defense. Quite literally has everything but Divine Aegis, Oath of Protection, Inhibit Pain, and Stun. So everything except for these four things. Class is completely overtuned. You could remove all of its healing abilities and it would still be the #1 buffer debuffer. I agree. Shaman has a lot. Shaman does have a lot. Here we go. Play nice policy, free roaming mobs consideration, GM actions. I'm still emotionally charged and slightly disappointed by how this unfolded. Halfway apologetic for my annoyed feedback below. Halfway apologetic. Oh my gosh. After another individual said he was leaving, I am one to respect individuals in free roam locations, even if I don't have to give an plan. I stick some wood on the campfire and start my druidic magic. About 10 minutes later, 2 groups simultaneously show up. No worries. They are open groups mobs, so we can all PvP for them. I get to work. I set a campfire in the middle and start going to town. Elemental fracture, a mob, ensnare, root, park it. Prepare for my charm to break or almost die. I invis myself and then swap charms. One of these individuals decides to charm one of my rooted mobs and then kill another one. He then stated that you are running around rooting every mob and it's okay. Get a grip, dude, if this isn't the definition of kill stealing. I petition and the answer I get, we don't have an answer for you right now. We are discussing internally. Well, poop. I take that as an opportunity to stop getting trampled by this guy and any mob he mezzes and swap pets. This individual, let's see, he's 57 at that point. I can imagine. Okay. GM reaches back out and tells me we are both in the wrong as expected and should have been properly dealt with in the first place. And when the first action was conducted, we are both told to stop messing with everyone else tagging mobs. He started to get sneaky AoE stuns all mobs after I tag it. We are both sitting in the middle of the gulch and then starts the process of charming, fighting mobs, tagging again. I petition once more and the dev simply closed my ticket with no reply. I ended up leaving and just felt drained by the entire thing. Oh, yeah. That could be draining. Play nice policy states, slime gulch mobs cannot be claimed by a camp. Freely roaming mobs spawn not associated with a static camp are not considered camps and cannot be claimed. However, the play nice policy also states competing for camps. Respectful competition for unclaimed camps is acceptable. Wait for current individuals to leave or complete their session. Communicate politely about sharing, rotating access. Do not use disruptive tactics. Oh my gosh, dude. It's already happening. It's already happening, and it's just beta. Man, these mobs melee from a mile away. What the heck? PvP doesn't solve the issue. We've already gone over it about 1,000 times. Doesn't solve the issue. Adult daycare. Kind of is adult daycare. It's kind of silly. Those that do will have it solved. Solved by whom? Whoever has the most friends? Whoever has the right class to PvP better? Whoever's the higher level? Solved by whom? Like, how does it solve the problem? It doesn't solve the problem. It makes the problem worse. PvP will not solve your issues. None of those things that I just said are actual resolutions to the problem. They're just escalations of the problem. Like, you're not solving the problem with PvP. That's like saying, in a situation where you get into a car accident and neither person can be correct, so it's just whoever's bigger and beats up the other person, that solves the problem. Doesn't solve the problem. Beating up somebody else is never a resolution. Never. You can petition in PvP, but not for camp disputes. Part of the reason I won't play PvP. It literally is going to come down to who's the higher level and who has the most friends online at that time. That's what it's going to boil down to. It's going to boil down to bullying. That doesn't solve a problem. It creates another problem. Natural selection, that's a terrible way to look at it, man. Terrible way to look at it. A terrible way to look at it. Bad take. Very bad take. Yeah, Bash has another point. You know, you're low level and a high level comes in and just takes it because they're higher level. Is that allowed? Is that okay? Can't PvP them. Doesn't solve the problem. Your GM involvement is all on a free-for-all PvP server. Wait, what? In game's a train wreck. I wouldn't say it's a train wreck, but it needs to be tweaked. Something needs to happen. It's definitely not in a good place. I've been saying that for months, though, guys. I've been saying it for months. I made a post on it in alpha, and whatever. I enjoy PvP from time to time, but PvP in this style of MMO sounds disastrous. It's extremely disastrous. It doesn't. Yeah, it's bad. It's going to be a toxic grief fest of people killing you because they have more playtime than you, just because like they have the right class to do it. They have friends online. They're higher level. Like there's just so many issues with it. PvP in this type of game is not a resolution. Guy steals your mobs. You have the opportunity to handle it. Whether you or not you can is up to you and your investment in the game. No, that's bad take. Bad take. You don't necessarily have the tools to resolve it, right? You're saying you have the tools. How do you resolve a camp if you are 15 levels lower than the other player? Or let's say you are the same level as the other player, and they are a wizard and you are a fighter. Or let's say that the other player has 5 group members, and you are by yourself just trying to enjoy the game. Like, there's just too many problems with it. Too many problems with it. Bullying is not a resolution. I don't have a pally, Gore. I'm playing the wizard, or the fighter instead of the paladin. I prefer to play the wizard. I don't prefer to play my fighter at all. I play my fighter because it's a good tank, and my group needs a tank, and it's my favorite tank. So that's the reason I play the fighter. It does its job. I prefer it for grouping. I prefer it for the social aspect of the game. I prefer it for tanking raid bosses, things like that. But if I was just playing the game casually, I would prefer the wizard. Like if I was just wanting to be able to log in, do some stuff, log out, wizard by far. I am exclusively soloing on this character at the moment, mostly because soloing is just 1,000 times better. Not 1,000 times, but it's about twice as good. A guy steals your mob. You have the opportunity to handle it. We already read that. They need hard line rules to make sense of this. You can't tag mobs within a certain radius of a camped area. There's a lot of things, yeah. Someone took your camp. How do you So what you're saying in that sense, Nova, okay, let's put it in real world terms. I mean, it is a video game. But let's put it in real world terms. If somebody robs your car at gunpoint, does that give you the right to rob another car at gunpoint? Because that's what you're literally saying. So what you're saying is if I'm at a camp in this game and a high level player comes in, that gives me the right to go to a lower level camp and just steal it from them because they're just lower level than me. That's what I'm hearing. Just because I can, I will. That is a terrible take. doesn't give you the right, but gives you the ability to handle it? Sure. But then somebody else is going to come in and do it to you, and it's going to cause more problems. Like, it's not a resolution. We're looking for resolutions. You're escalating the issue. That's all you're doing. You're escalating the issue. Let's just have everybody just go around just stealing cans from everybody, because why not? Everybody's doing it, so I might as well too. Everybody's jumping off a bridge, I might as well too. That's a terrible way to look at life. Like, it's bad. Just because somebody else does something does not mean you should also do that. Even if you can, you shouldn't. And you shouldn't encourage that. You can choose not to. Sure, you can choose not to. You can choose to be the better person. Yes, you can. What people are saying is everyone should choose that. They're not going to, though. So how do we resolve that problem? Right? That's the issue. We understand that you can be a jerk. Anyone can be a jerk. Doesn't solve the issue. To reiterate, the end result of PvP solves this is griefing. It doesn't solve anything. Like, that's the problem with it. That's the problem with that entire statement. PvP doesn't solve the problem, which is what people are saying that it's doing. It does not solve the problem. Yeah, I agree with Kincaid here. Like, what it's going to do is escalating things like that, continually escalating things like that, is going to cause people to not want to play the game. And it's eventually just going to be just the cesspool players with the cesspool players, which is not going to be fun for anybody. And eventually the game will just be dead. Then we're just going to have no game rather than a game with people, like people being jerks. I would rather have a good game. Like, I'm trying to make a good game. So we need to solve the problem, I think. Like, they really need to come up with some resolutions to these problems. Make guilds to handle griefers or not? Well, the community will decide. The community as a whole will decide it's not worth my time to deal with these toxic players. That's what's going to happen. They don't want to deal with it. So if your idea of being toxic to toxic people is the resolution, all that's going to do is make toxic worse on whatever server it is. And then the people that don't want to be toxic will quit, which will be the majority of the players on the server. Then you won't have a game to play. So it doesn't solve the problem. Game's not fun without other players. Yet a PvP server exists? Yeah, with fewer players on it and with mostly PvE players on it right now. We've already gone over that. The PvP server in this game will be dead within a month with its current rule set the way it is, because people have that same mentality that you are having right now, Nova, which is be a jerk to the other person that's being a jerk. Everybody be jerks to each other. Cool. That's going to really work out well for everybody on the PvP server. It's going to kill the server. The server will go away. It will not exist. There will be like 5 people on the entire server. I'm on PvP server. It's my only option. Yeah, exactly. There's people that are PvE players on the PvP server because it's their only option currently. That's the reason that the server is even staying afloat. People did not choose to go to the PvP server. They were given options, and they chose to opt in for the PvP server in hopes to get access to the game, and they took the option that was given to them. They didn't choose that. Look at the current survey on the website. Yeah, exactly. Most people want to be on the PvE servers. People don't want a PvP in this game. It's clear. But I don't think they should not make a PvP server. Sure, make it. And sure, let people be toxic on it, but it's going to kill the server within a month. Like, just expect it to happen. I won't make a character on the PvP server for many reasons. One of them is I want to have a healthy server for, for some time. Oh my gosh, cast the stinking spell. Why is the charge up so long on that sometimes? This is craziness. You can decide what you can do with that agency, yes, Nova, but we're putting a huge hole in your agency. That's the problem with it, and you're not defending that. You're just saying, here's your solution, and your solution is not a solution. So we hear you. You can also be a jerk. Okay, cool. And we've rebutted to that. What is your next thing? You can't just keep saying be a jerk. Okay, so being a jerk is bad. Okay, so be a jerk more? Like, you're not changing your argument. You're just continuing to say the same thing that's already been defeated. Your argument has been defeated. You need a new argument. If you want to continue going that route, you need a new argument. It can't just be a jerk. That's all I'm saying, Literally all I'm saying. PvP ruins PvE too, though? It does. It does, yeah. You move like a bot? How am I moving like a bot? Wait, what? Level 60 SK Death Touch is tuned for PvP, not PvE. I would agree with that. You're talking about their harm touch? Yeah, it does like 600 damage or 500, 400 damage, whatever it is. It is absolutely, yeah. It's tuned for PvE or PvP. Dude messes with my cam. I ask him to stop. He says, too bad. I can either let it continue or stop him. Only available in PvP. Okay. We've already destroyed that argument. I can't repeat myself 1,000 times. I'm not going to do that today. I mean, player on player damage. Wait, what? All play damage is reduced a bit in PvP. That's normal in all MMOs. I don't know that it's reduced in this game. I don't know that it's reduced. Like, I'm pretty sure if you PvP in this game and I, as a wizard, nuke, I could literally one-shot a tank with a nuke, potentially. It's very, very possible. If you're bigger and badder, no, that ends up coming down to just strictly playtime, Nova. Again, your argument is defeated, dude. It's completely defeated. We've defeated it multiple times. So you're saying play more. That's your argument. You're saying play more, be higher level than the other person. What if I can't be higher level because I'm constantly killed by higher level players that are just camping me all the time? They're camping all the mobs that I could possibly use to XP. Like, your argument is defeated. Give up. You've lost. It's done, dude. No, a dad with 5 kids can absolutely achieve what I have done so far in this game. It just takes them more days to do it, but no one is stopping them from being able to do it. No one's preventing them from doing it. That's how your argument is defeated. Right? Other players on PvP can absolutely prevent you from doing stuff by just constantly killing you. And there are no rules. They just constantly kill your mobs. There's nothing you can do about it. They follow you around and they harass the crap out of you. They can prevent you from doing anything at all in the game if they choose to. That's the problem with PvP. It does not hold up the way that you're thinking that it will. It will absolutely fall apart. No, he's not being a troll. Nova's been here a bunch. He's just not getting, it's not getting through that the argument doesn't stand. Being a jerk does not solve the problem. You keep trying to say that being a jerk solves the problem in 1,000 of different ways. It doesn't matter how many ways you say it. Being a jerk does not solve the problem. Doing what somebody else does to you, 2 wrongs don't make a right. It's just, it is what it is. Doesn't matter how you say it. Yeah, the you can't beat them, join them thing it does not work. What it's going to end up doing is causing people to just quit the game. You're basically saying, you know, hey, PvP solves the problem by somehow leveling faster than them, being being higher level, being the right class, having more friends, whatever, and just bullying people into your way of thinking. That doesn't solve problems. To constantly tell somebody, that's like Stockholm syndrome, right? You're constantly telling them how they are supposed to act, and then they start to act that way. That doesn't work in a video game because it's a video game. You keep telling them you have to be better, you have to play harder, you have to be on more, you have to do that. I'm done. I don't want to be it anymore. I'm just going to quit. Then all of the nice players quit the game and go from a healthy population to a crappy population. Then all the toxic players are going to go, why is nobody playing on PvP? PvP server's dead. This sucks, etc., etc., etc. That's what's going to happen. So being a toxic person is just going to kill the server. Oh boy. Double resist. Oh my gosh, dude. Are you serious right now? How are we like 12 plus levels higher than these mobs and get resisted this much? Look at that. I got 3 resists that time. Happened to not be the sister that resisted the previous 2 times. This is bonkers. Resistance versus different levels needs some tuning. I can land my spells on red enemies and kill them for XP. Also bonkers. Yeah, yeah. I don't think, I think that resistance rate should be like 95% on red mobs. And then on green mobs, it should be 95% the opposite direction. So that means light blue mobs should be like 90% land rates, like where it hits 90% of the time. Like I feel like level should take a much bigger role in resist rates. Just like yellow and red mobs, like a player trying to melee them, they should miss. Like a if you're trying to melee a red mob, it should miss 95% of the time, I think. Not to bring up EQ again, but it was much harder to fight reds with spells and EQ. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I agree. Reds in general are just much more difficult. You had to gear properly to fight reds in EverQuest. In this game, you just fight them. I think it's something overlooked in the base systems. It is, yeah. It's they just need to tune it like based on con color or level a little bit more. Just make that penalty much higher. For the record, I hate PvP, but I will give PvP credit for being the most liberating way to play, for better or worse. It's not. I don't think it is, though. Like that, in your take, it is, Nova. I get it. I get where your take is on it. They do have ways that they can resolve issues by being jerks, but all I'm saying with that whole statement is being a jerk does not solve somebody else being a jerk. Like it doesn't solve the problem. So it's not a resolution. You have a way to deal with the problem, sure, but it doesn't solve the problem. And that's where I'm trying to get at. It doesn't fix anything. Feel more liberated to play the way I want on PvE versus PvP server. On PvP, I felt constantly constrained by the fact that anyone can attack me at any time for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, I agree. Even if you win the camp in PvP, people will still come and train you, messing up your XP. Yeah, that'll happen too. Yeah, I know you do, Nova. That's why, like, I don't like. I'm trying to word it the way that I am to say, hey, you know, like, I don't think that you're trying to be intentionally bad, you know, like, I don't know the words I'm looking for. I don't think you're trying to be intentional with your statement saying that PvP is a good thing. I think that you realize that PvP is a bad thing, but I also don't feel like you're following along with the idea that being a jerk to somebody else, like that, you have to understand that and acknowledge that. You know, you can't keep reiterating that, oh, well, you have a way to deal with it. Well, yeah, you do have a way to deal with it, sure. But that's not a good way to deal with it. It's, in fact, a bad way to deal with it. Well, you don't have full agency either, I don't feel like. You don't. You're assuming that everybody has access to the exact same thing that you do. And that's not true. In game, sure, we all have access to play the game at the same times. We all have access to the same classes, to the same races, to the same items. For the game, there's constraints, but you're not factoring real life. How many gamer friends does the other person have in real life? So you don't have the agency to deal with it. Like, you're going to tell people they got to go make more friends in real life so that they can deal with a video game problem? That doesn't translate. To me, it doesn't translate. No, opportunity is not there because of what I just said. There's out-of-game reasoning that can happen as well. You're saying, oh, everyone has out-of-game in real life has the exact same opportunities. That is a false statement. Not everyone in real life has the same opportunities. So in-game, sure, because it's a very, very tight constraints in a video game. There's very tight constraints. Out of game, there's not. So, like, yeah, that's the issue. Like, I think everybody gets what you're trying to say. Right. Everybody gets what you're trying to say, that yes, we all live in the same game world. We all could play the same game the same way, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately, that's just, it doesn't translate into this game because it's based on the class that you chose in the beginning. Sure. We both could have chosen a different class. Sure. And if we had chosen a different class, then it would have been a different outcome. But after you spend 100 hours, 500 hours, whatever on your character, you know, like it's not equal across the board. Just like real life is not equal across the board. That's why in real life you have things like the play nice policy. They're called laws. And people have to follow those laws because not everyone has the same opportunities and the same ability to be able to combat somebody else, right? You know, I could have been born a different gender. I could have been born not a different race, a different everything. Like literally anything could be different. And that either adds or removes opportunity. Is it already 2 o'clock? What the heck? Today went by fast. Man. What the French toast? All right, let's read some more of this stuff. While I think all of this was handled quite poorly, much less after 3 petitions, I'm curious on what is the intent of Play Nice policy, rule set, if actions are not going to be taken, allowed to continue. I'm a semi-hardcore gamer, usually on the game for 80+% of my day. I can only imagine the people who have 2 to 3 hours to play deal with this, given the Play Nice policy. Is this a fair assumption? This statement right here is a very solid statement, in my opinion. The Play Nice policy is going to be, and all of these issues that we're talking about are happening within the people that are on the game a lot, right? They're going to see it more. The problem with it is those players are able to do stuff outside of the hours that they're causing issues. But a player that only has 2 or 3 hours at most a day, if they get in one of these situations that potentially could ruin their entire gaming day, which puts them behind even further. This is what I'm trying to hopefully help remove and prevent. Is to try to get rid of stuff like that. I'm trying to help out the casual gamer as much as I can. We poop sockers, we hardcore players are going to eventually get what we want to get done because we have more time to play. You'll lose the casuals, makes up most of the server. Exactly. This is something that the poop socking high-level players do not understand. For the life of me, they have not been able to figure this out. The poop sock players need the casual players because the casual players fund the game. The poop sock players give the casual players something to achieve and something to get to, a carrot at the end of the stick. So you need both types of players. And it's sad to me that these high playtime players feel like they don't need and don't care about the casual player. It kind of bothers me because it's like you guys need each other more than you think. Both sides need each other more than you think. Crazy to me. No, we get what you're saying, Nova. Like, I think at this point we're kind of arguing semantics and verbiage more than anything else. We totally understand where you're coming from. We just strongly disagree with it, with the approach. And I think that people are trying to find a better solution. We know your solution. We understand your solution. That is a, terrible solution, but it is a solution. And I don't think that that's being disputed. It's just, I think people are trying to say, well, let's come up with a better solution. Because that solution does not work. It will not work in the long-term health of the game. I really don't want to see another MMO die in 1 year. Yeah, I don't either. Would like this one to last. I would love for this game to last. That's why I'm so passionate about the things that I say and like why I'm pushing so hard. And it sounds probably like I'm really angry or something. I'm not angry. I'm just really, really, really passionate about it. And I want this game to succeed. I am so stinking tired of these games coming and going because of crappy players and crappy devs. I'm just so tired of it. I just want one of them to finally succeed. And I'm not saying that this game has crappy players and crappy devs. I'm not saying that at all. So don't take what I'm saying out of context. But I'm just tired of that happening over and over and over again, and I don't want to see it happen to this game. Because I really think that the gaming community as a whole is ready for another game like this. They want it, but we have to figure out how to best approach it, right? So that we get the game that we all want. And I think part of the issue is some people think they know what they want, but they don't know what they want. One of the WoW devs said it best one time when the people were asking for classic WoW. Do you guys remember that? I brought it up a few times, but people were like, "I want classic WoW," and the game devs are like, "You don't really want classic WoW. You think you want classic WoW, but you don't really want classic WoW." And they were kind of right. They're actually pretty right. Most people don't want classic WoW. 80% of the planned content is not out yet. I'm sure people are coming back, make new races, classes, new zones. Yeah, I mean that's true too. That'll absolutely happen. Scope creep and bad project management is worst part of a new. Yes, that's what killed Pantheon. That's what's continuing to kill Pantheon today. Is the scope creep and the bad project management. What I think might be killing this game isn't scope creep, but I think it would be more along the lines of trying to do. It's very similar to scope creep, and it's trying to do too much with too little. But it's more they're trying, in this case that we're talking about right now, is the trying to police too much that they can't police. Too many things that are going to be too difficult for them to actually police. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab something to eat. I didn't realize it was 2 o'clock, and I'm actually a little hungry. So I'll be back in just a minute while I'm meting up. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I went ahead and made a sandwich. I'm good to go now. I did not realize what time it was. Oh, just goes to show you can lose track of time. I looked at Pantheon, but something about it just didn't catch me. Not sure what. It could be a lot of things, but yeah, it's a game that, in my opinion, has just been poorly handled for too long. And now at this point, it's, I think, a dead game. I personally don't feel like they can recover from it. I hope they do. Like, I wish them the best of luck. But I don't think they can recover from what they've done. They have not shown any type of ability to fix the issues with that game. Deep fried. It's pretty fried. Pretty dang fried game. $65 players online on what? Pantheon? According to what? On the PTR or in the entire game or what? Where are you getting your info? Like, the Steam charts don't give you the whole story because that game is not only on Steam. But yeah, there's not many people that are online is the point, really. I'm between EQ Legends and Monster Memories. Can't get beta in either beta. I think that is going to depend on each individual person if they're going to like EQ Legends versus Monsters Memories. I personally don't think I would like EQ Legends at all. I'm not even going to give it a chance. Nothing about EQ Legends makes me want to play it. So it is not a game for me, at least from what I can tell of the game. So not even remotely close to something that I want. Oh shoot! I was hitting the tilde key instead of the 1 key to cast my spell. Oops. Prefer the single class approach myself. Well, I mean, you could look at it this way. The EQ Legends, you can look at it as a single class. It's just a bunch of combinations to create a single class, right? You're kind of just creating your own class in a sense. So I don't look at it as a single class. I get what you're saying though, but it's trying to take something like EverQuest and turn it into something like Path of Exile, and it's like those are very different games, and they're trying to kind of mix and match them, and I personally don't feel like that works. And I think that they're different player bases as well. I mean, there's, of course, going to be some crossover. I mean, I'm a player that plays just about any type of video game. But there's, for the most part, different players in EverQuest style games versus in Path of Exile style games. They're just different. But when you try to mix them up like that, you're gonna end up with, like, let's say there's a 1,000 people that like EverQuest and 1,000 people that like 1,000 people that like EverQuest, 1,000 people that like Path of Exile, and 20% of those like both games, right? So then you only have 400 people that like this new game, You see what I'm saying? Like it lowers the amount of player total. Now, if you could get like half the people from like, I don't know. It's just the whole thing. This camp's going to get you to 60. I mean, theoretically, yes, I could get to 60 at this camp, but no, it would take forever to do that. Oh, shoot. But I'm not trying to get to 60 at this camp. That's not the goal at all. Ascension WoW was like that. Pretty big private server, but I didn't enjoy it. Yeah, I think that, you know, there are people that will enjoy that kind of stuff, sure. There's people out there that'll like it. But is there going to be a big enough player base to keep it alive? I think that's going to be our biggest issue. For weight reasons, I'm going to do this. You know, this game, the devs have kept saying over and over and over, this game doesn't require a lot of players to keep it alive and keep it moving forward. But what it does determine, the more players they have playing it, the more people paying for a sub allows them to hire a bigger team, which allows them to get more content faster. More content faster means they're going to retain players longer. Right? Does everybody follow that logic? Because if they make a game for only 100 people, then that's $1,500 a month that they're going to be making. That's not enough to really put a lot of eyes and development on this game. I think that if the game is not making money, many of the volunteers for this game will start to not volunteer for the game anymore. They're going to use this game and say, I volunteered to create this game. Here's what I created in this game for their resume to go actually create a better game that's going to pay them money. Eventually, we will get to that point, I think. Sure, there might be some people like Sean that are like, I don't care how much money I make from the game. I'm just having fun making it. But how long is Sean going to have fun making the game? Right? At some point, he's going to be like, I'm getting tired of doing it. I'm bored with it. I'm getting too old, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Whatever happens. And he's going to stop developing the game. So, like, how long is that going to take? That's going to depend on how many people are playing the game and how much money the game is making. If the game is making a lot of money, you know, he could stop whenever he wants and continue to pay other people to keep making the game. So the game will continue past when Sean wants to leave or when anybody else wants to leave. So, you know, it's to say something like, which, you know, I get, it doesn't matter how much money the game makes, the game will still continue to be made. That is true to a point. And I think that needs to be considered. What you put in equals what you get out, sort of. Yeah, it is. So, yeah, I think that a lot of the volunteers in this game that are currently volunteering and putting in full-time days on the game are kind of doing it with the idea in mind that they will hopefully eventually be able to make some money. You know, and I'm curious, out of those people, how many are putting all their eggs in one basket? You know, you would imagine, I imagine, you know, as a semi-intelligent person, I imagine that they are probably, okay, cool, if this game works out, I have a job lined up here. I'm still going to put my resume in at all these other game companies and see what they're going to be willing to pay me. If they're going to pay me more, or if I can get a job right now, I'm going to be willing to take that. Then I'm going to put in less time as a volunteer on Monsters and Memories. So that's a whole other thing. That's just the business side of it. You know, the business side of it is pretty significant. Pretty significant. Yeah, see, flourishing is all for a PvP, but I disagree with that. I'm not even going to read the rest of that. I don't understand why people just can't share. I wish that people would, but there's reasons. I mean, people want to be better than other people. They want to show off. Yeah, it's gonna be tough, man. It's gonna be tough. I've been enjoying Monster Memory, but prefer the quality of life options in EQ Legends, instance dungeons, etc. Yeah, and people are gonna. I totally understand that side of it. I totally get that, and you know, I think that EQ Legends will be popular for some people. Absolutely. But I also think that EQ Legends will only last a month, 2 months. I don't think it's going to last very long. I think it's going to die out so quickly. Because one is you can do things solo. You make things solo, people will do it faster. They'll get it done much quicker, and they will not want to play anymore. But not only that, they're increasing. I think they're increasing the ability to XP in that game. Like, you're supposed to be able to advance faster. Everything's just gonna be faster. The faster people do stuff in the game, the faster they're no longer gonna be playing the game. So, yeah, I don't think it's gonna last, but maybe it will. Prove me wrong, please. Prove me wrong. You know, I used to say that Pantheon, I was like super on the hype train of Pantheon. Like, oh my God, Pantheon's going to be amazing. And I said, prove me wrong to people. Like, oh, no, I think the devs are going to do this. They're going to do this. They're going to hype it. You know, it's going to be good, right? And the devs are going to fix it. And I would say, prove me wrong. And people eventually got to the point where they're like, nope, Criddle, you're wrong. And I was wrong. I was absolutely wrong on Monsters and Memories. I really thought that those devs were going to be able to fix their problems. But I was wrong. And now I'm on the opposite side of that. Prove me wrong, devs. Prove me wrong that you can actually fix your game. Because I don't think you can. You also have to be on the other side of it going fast. You can't have it too slow to make it 6 months to get to max level. Oh, I agree with that too, Bash. Yeah. There is a fine balance, but you know, there's a little bit of leeway in there. There's an overlap. What are they? Is it a Venn diagram, right? That's got like the 3 bubbles, and there's a overlapping area, and that's where you want to be. Is somewhere in that area. And I think that that's how it is with these MMOs. You want there to be enough solo ability to where it gives people something to do when they are solo, but not too much solo ability so that they don't need they have zero reliance on other players. You also need to have the game be slow enough to keep people around, but fast enough so that people have progress. You know, there's multiple different things, and when you add them all together, you come up with this magical formula right in the middle. What is that magical formula? No, it is not World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft had like these things and then a luck bubble. A big old luck bubble right off to the side that just happened to be there. They fell in at the right time, right place, right time, luck. You know, all those circumstances. Pantheon's PTR is still capped at level 10, 3 weeks in, and not all classes available. Yeah, it's just bad. Yeah, it's just bad. They added one new class this week. I think they added the Ranger, if I'm correct. They did say they're going to increase the level cap soon, but it's like, okay, have you fixed the problems from level 1 to 10? That's my question for them. If you're going to increase the level cap, did you fix all of the issues from level 1 to 10 on all the classes that you currently have in the game? If you haven't fixed those, don't increase the level cap. Also, if you haven't fixed those, don't add more classes. Fix the problems that you currently have. And they don't need to be, it's not a balance issue. Like, they literally just had broken abilities. Completely broken abilities. Mobs flying around instead of being on the ground where they're supposed to be. There's too many issues that I don't think, fixed before they started to add more things. Stop trying to add things until you fix the other things. That's the same thing I feel about with this game, by the way. People are asking for more raid content in this game. Why? Don't add more broken content. Literally, there have been people that have asked, put more broken content in the game to give us something to do. No. Fix the current broken content. Learn from that. Then add something new. Then figure out how that's broken, if it's broken, and then fix that. And then add something new. Don't add stuff just to add stuff. I think that's one of Pantheon's biggest mistakes, is they just added stuff because people were like, there's not enough content. Okay, cool. Not enough content, so they added broken content. That doesn't solve the problem. At all. Does not solve the problem. Oh my gosh. Sister Elsie went the wrong way again. Dag nabbit, Sister Elsie. And Sister Elsie resisted my spell. Stop it, Sister Elsie. Stop it. Ranger level 1 is still broken. Is it? Nice. Nice. Vanilla WoW has good track until flying mounts, vertical instead of horizontal progression. Real money trade, yeah. Yeah. WoW has plenty of issues. I know WoW gets a lot of hate from old school gamer players, but do you think its success was just luck? No, no, no. It wasn't just luck. No. That's why I said the whole Venn diagram thing that I just said. WoW had this and this and this and this. All these things, right? And then they also had this other bubble, which was luck. They had, 30 different things that were everything all at the right place, right time, right everything, and then also the luck factor. I think it was a strong factor for World of Warcraft. It wasn't just luck. It clearly, it's being in the right place at the right time with the right preparation. All of that is a part of it, right? It's what people like to say, preparedness meets opportunity. That's the luck. When those two things come together is luck, right? I could be super prepared but never have the opportunity. I could be given the opportunity but not prepared. When those two come together, there's a third factor down here that is luck, that those two things happen to overlap somehow. I love Warcraft 1. What brought me to World of Warcraft after I got sick of EQ. Nice, yeah. Warcraft games were fun. I loved Warcraft 1, 2, and 3. I loved all those. They add and add and add, and it feels like they never get to 1.0. Yeah, well, at this point, they add, and then remove, and then add, and then remove, and then add. That's all they're doing. That's what Pantheon's doing. It's not how it works. You have to balance your dev goals, but the game needs to continue to progress. It does, and Pantheon is not progressing. So, but part of that progression is fixing the problems that are there. You can't just be like, we're putting in this content that's broken, and instead of fixing this content, you just add more content, and then add more content, and then add more content, and Now all of these are just broken content. You have to fix the content. So you assign some dev to bug fix while the rest are creating new content. Yeah, well, yeah, that's divide and conquer, right? That's divide and conquer. You have one dev that's working on art. You have another one that's working on encounters. You have another one that's working on class design. You have another one that's working on world building. You have another one that's working on lore, right? They're all working on different pieces. But if the class design dev puts in a bunch of stuff that's completely broken, somebody needs to fix that. It doesn't matter what all these other devs are doing. They could be putting in the best lore, the best world building, the best encounters. Everything could be amazing. But if you never fix class design, there's a problem. So those class designers need to go back and fix it before they add in new classes, before they add in all this other stuff. They need to go back and fix what they broke. Same can be said for anything else. If we have a great, beautiful world, but the pathing of monsters doesn't work in it, well, before we build out more of the world, let's fix the pathing issue, then make sure we build out more of the world. And those could be completely different people. Hey, continue building out the world while we on this other team over here are fixing the pathing issue. But you need to be working on the problems and fixing those problems. If you're not doing that, you're not moving forward. You're just moving sideways, or you're moving backwards in some cases. And I feel like sometimes these devs are doing exactly that. They're not progressing. They're regressing. Or yeah, it's regressing, right? Not degressing. That would be weird. I think degressing is degressing even a word? Pantheon's a dumpster fire? That's what I would call it. That would be the internet term for it, yes. Absolutely a dumpster fire. It needs one person, and I think that's what Pantheon or Monsters and Memories needs as well. It needs one person at the top saying, I think one of Pantheon or Monsters and Memories and Pantheon's problems is management. Pantheon has too much management, but not enough of the right management. And Monsters and Memories doesn't have enough management. They're trying to get away with having little to no management. And and Sean has even said this, they want people to be able to work independently, which is great. Sure, you should have people that work independently and are able to move forward to achieve the same ultimate goal. But who's to say what that goal is? That's where management comes in. At least one person coming in and being like, I am the management, and these are the goals we're trying to get to. Everyone needs to be working towards these goals. But when you have 20 different people that all have separate goals, which one is the correct goal? Which way are we supposed to be going with this? Which is what I see is happening with Monsters and Memories. You have the people building classes, right? Then you have the people doing itemization, and then you have the people doing encounters. Well, if they don't all have the same goal to get to, if all three of those don't have the same end goal of what TTK is, of what the DPS is going to be, what tanking is going to be, the itemization, all of that needs to come together to this goal up here. If they have three different places they want to be, that will never work out, ever. It'll just never, unless you get super lucky and it just so happens that all three of those departments have the exact same goals. Just, we lucked out just by chance. So I don't think that that's going to happen. I think that some management is needed. But then with Pantheon, you have 20 different people that are managers of their department, and then they have meetings upon meetings upon meetings, which just slows everything down. So again, there's a middle ground. You gotta find that that spot, right? It's like one person trying to come up with an idea. It's better to have two people, and then better to have three people kind of brainstorming ideas and working together. But then at some point, you get too many people, and then it becomes the too many cooks in the kitchen situation. And now we have a problem with groupthink, which is a business term where too many people are trying to solve one problem, and it becomes a bigger problem. Or they can't, because you have too many people trying to come up with a problem or a resolution, they can't agree on a resolution is more so what groupthink ends up being. If I remember correctly from my college days, it's that you can't get a group of, let's say, 10 people to agree on a singular solution that works for everybody. There's just too many people that are, too many cooks in the kitchen situation. Oops. How big of a player base do you think Monster Memory will have? I'm concerned it will be too niche to maintain. I think right now, if they get everything in place the way that they're talking about, the way that I believe that their vision is, from what I understand of Sean and what his vision is for the game, and I look at him as the figurehead of this entire thing, I think that this game will have at least 50,000 subs within the first month. If they can go into that direction. But we'll see. Perhaps 3 different dumpster fires from 3 different universes? Yeah. The asset libraries? Yeah, I get you. There needs to be a shared image of the product. Yes. There needs to be a shared image of the product. Functional management doesn't work well. You need one person keeping project schedule and goals on task. Once you have too many people keeping things or going in different directions, that's what scope creep and project time. Yes, exactly. And that's where I was going with it. Groupthink is what here. Well, since we have a minute, we'll go look up groupthink. Groupthink. It's a psychological phenomenon where the desire or harmony or conformity within a group results in irrational or dysfunctional decision making. Right? That's the definition of it. Why it happens. Coined by social philosopher, blah, 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 blah. Strong leadership. When a leader makes their preferred outcome known early, members often align with it. Isolation. The group is cut off from outside perspectives, and high stress pressure to make quick decisions forces the group to rush. So, like, you see, anyway, you guys can read up on this. This is all stuff that I learned in college, part of my degree in economics. If you take any type of business courses, you'll learn groupthink. I believe I learned it in a management class. I was taking economics, but I had to take so many management and marketing classes as part of my degree as well. I think if I would have taken like 2 additional classes, maybe 3 additional classes, so it was a small amount. There was reasons I didn't do it. I could have double majored in management as well, and marketing. I would have had to take like 2 additional classes for management and then 2 additional classes for marketing, and I could have triple majored. But anyway, the reason I didn't do that, the very short reason, is because I was getting close to my deadline for graduation, and if I had tried to take those additional classes, I would have not hit my graduation deadline, and it would have changed my entire course load or my entire requirement for my education, and it would have required me to take additional classes for my degree that I was trying to get. So it would have ended up costing me an additional year, including summer classes, to graduate, or I could have just finished my degree. I chose the latter. Instead of continuing school for another year, I decided to finish my degree. I'm also one of those people that believes in hiring the right person, right? Or having the right person, an expert in a field. I'm very into that. And some people don't realize that that's a thing, I guess. They just think, oh, I can just hire anybody that's willing and able to do the job. No, you want to have an expert in that field. Somebody that's an expert in management, an expert in game design, an expert in different things. To assume that you are intelligent enough and you are an expert in all of these fields is a huge flaw. And I feel like that's something that Niche Worlds Cult could do to learn. Is, like Sean saying, hey, I don't want to hire on or have a project manager because he doesn't want to have managers. And I respect that. I get where he's coming from with that. But to then say, well, we don't need one is the flaw. I think that it would absolutely help them to have one. And, I don't know if this is how Sean thinks of it or not. I don't want to speak for him. But I feel like where they're going at it is we don't need a project manager because we have somebody that has managed a team in the past, or we have everybody is able to manage themselves or whatever, or we feel like it's that management is a time waster and not a time creator, things like that. And I think that is a flaw in their logic. Like, I feel like they absolutely should hire the right people on and bring on somebody that is good with time management. They only need one person that's a good project manager. And that person could really save them a lot of time and a lot of headache. Project management falls to the wayside a lot of corporate world and most businesses because constant changes are being made by stakeholders and sponsors. Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true. But it depends on the project, right? When you building a house or building a structure, you generally have a project manager, somebody that is like, okay, I'm going to schedule who's coming on what day, so that we know when the electrician is going to be there, when we know when the plumber is going to be there, we know when the building inspector is going to be there, we know what needs to be done on what day. Does the plumber need to know that the electrician is going to be there a week from Sunday? No, they don't. They just need to know when they're supposed to be there. That's what the project manager is for. They are there to make sure that the plumber gets their job done by this date that they're supposed to get it done, so that the electrician can do their job by this date, and this person can do this by this date, and so on. And they all know what needs to be done. What rooms need plumbing, what rooms need electricity, what rooms need what thing. Same thing can be said for a video game. The person, the project manager, is like, okay, I know that we are trying to design this encounter for this thing right here. So if we have this encounter, we need to have these classes that can do this, whatever role that they can do, but they need to be geared this proper way. Otherwise they can't do this encounter. So the project manager will say, well, let's tune this encounter properly. Make sure you get it to this point, and I want you to make sure the classes can deal with this at this point, and I want you to make sure that the itemization for these classes is at the right place so that they can do their job to do this encounter. It's the same kind of thing. Like, that's what a project manager, at least in my eyes, would be doing for this particular game, rather than having everybody just do a free-for-all, whatever the heck they want to do, and then later on going, okay, this isn't working out, let's now fix this. I feel like that's exactly what's happened in this game. Is you had one person creating encounters, you had another person creating classes, and you had another person doing itemization. And those three things are not meshing well right now. These clearly are not meshing well, because the game balance is all over the place. Then you had another person that decided that, hey, we're going to do we're going to do this for our XP values. Okay, well, how do you know what the XP value should be if you don't know what the TTK is? And you won't know the TTK unless you know what the classes are capable of doing. And you don't know, again, the TTK of what those classes are capable of doing against the encounters that you're putting them up against. So if you have 3 different people working on one's classes, one's encounters, and one's the number tweaking of the the balance side of things, like you have all these people working on different things and nobody knows what those numbers are supposed to be. You need a lot of people talking to a lot of people. And if those people are harder to talk to, they don't explain themselves well, they don't articulate what it is that they want out of it, etc., then you have a problem. Which is exactly what was happening with this game with, in my opinion, Nick. Like, that's part of the problem. Is I feel like Nick was doing a lot of things and not telling the rest of the team. And since he didn't tell the rest of the team and he just kind of did whatever he wanted to do, it ended up, now we're in a situation where the classes don't meet the game. They don't mesh. And they're having to redo all of the classes. Right? So that's the issue that I see what we're coming into. Amazes me how many 30 plus players camp mobs all day in Wormsbane. I run through and check, but the same people, yeah, they're sitting there for days because they're trying to finish off their Wormsbane set or whatever it is. It's not worth their time. I think it would be incredibly difficult, perhaps not impossible, or perhaps not impossible to onboard someone into a project manager position to catch them up to what their priorities are, workflow, and so on. I think in order to avoid that initial pain of onboarding, they are hesitant to pull someone in just to guess. Well, I mean, I see what you're saying, Todd. Yes, I would agree with that. Or you could pull somebody from the community. You could pull somebody that already knows what's going on with the game, that already understands the game. There's thousands upon thousands of people that probably fit the bill for project manager. You know, they may have a business degree. They may not have a business degree. They may just understand project management. You know, like there's a lot of people out there that could potentially do that. And if they have reached out to the community before. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. They've reached out to the community before and they have hired on GMs, right? They've gotten people from the community. Hang on one second. Okay, sorry. The right hand not talking to the left. Yeah, exactly. Right hand not knowing what the left hand is doing. I think that was a big part of this game, kind of where it's at right now, and how it kind of started to go the wrong direction, and what it caused ultimately is what caused the delay to the beta or to the early access. You know, I really think that in June they could have been going into early access right now, coming up, you know, in a week or so, if they had a project manager and somebody that was telling them within the company, because I think a lot of people, and this is another issue, there's a lot of people, us in the community, that are saying, hey, these are problems that need to be resolved, and it's gonna cause delays. They have no reason to believe us or trust us, like none whatsoever. If I tell a dev, hey, this encounter's broken and you should probably fix it, what are they going to do? They're gonna go, okay, we'll put it on our back burner. We'll see, blah, 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 blah. They don't have any reason to believe us, right? Zero reason to believe what we're saying is correct. They're going to take what we say and they're going to check and see if what we're saying is accurate. And then they're going to check it against what they believe to be the way that it should be. And that, I think, is part of the problem. Rather than have a project manager going, okay, let me look at this. Or a community manager in that case going, okay, let me take this feedback. I'll look into it myself, and I will double check to make sure that this is accurate, whatever, all of that kind of stuff. And, you know, like the economy right now in the game. That's another one. I've been saying for months, for a long time, the economy in this game is absolutely broken and does not work right. And I was told by the devs they have an economist. Okay, cool. You have an economist. That was 8 months ago, 9 months ago, something like that. It was a long time ago. I brought it up, and I was told they have an economist, and they're looking at it. Cool. I now see posts on Reddit all the time. There was one just yesterday on Reddit that was about the economy. Let's see if we can find it. I think it was yesterday. Inflation. Your solution against inflation in the game. The economy is my biggest concern. So, like, what should the devs just reach out to people like myself that are saying these things from months ago, or do they wait until, you know, it's a much bigger issue? Then you look at, like, when do you look at it? And I'm not trying to say that they should listen to me. Like, I know it kind of comes off that way. That's not what I'm trying to say at all. But you know, there are people in the beta that are telling you, or in the alpha that are telling you that here's the problem. And unfortunately, a lot of that stuff is getting buried and it's getting covered in the weeds with all these other people that have all these other issues. And you know, it's tough. 80% of the PvP server are players that want a PvE, but only opt to PvP. 15% are actual PvPers. 5% are just griefers. Yeah, I agree with that. Unfortunately, the devs don't. Right? Specifically, Sean does not agree with that. In fact, we went back and forth a little bit on his stream recently about it, and he disagrees with that, and he's more of the, okay, well, we'll see what happens when it happens. And I'm like, okay, that's all I can say. I can voice my opinion and hope that they listen to it. But, you know, who's to say that why they should or shouldn't? I mean, I'm very vocal about a lot of things. Should they listen to every single thing that I say? Probably not. You know, like I'm not 100% accurate on everything that I say, I'm sure. But, you know, I think that some people do have more knowledge about what's going on than others. And I think some people in the community have more knowledge about what's going on in the game than some of the devs even do. You know, and they play the game differently, and their perspective should be considered. I think. He did respond to one of those economy posts. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. It's not the response to one of those economy posts. It's that it was brought up previously and brushed off. It is now becoming a bigger issue. And it's like this could have been resolved a long time ago. Right? That's where I'm getting at is sometimes, I mean, better late than never, I guess. But I think that a lot of these issues could have been resolved. I mean, hindsight's 2020. Right? Hindsight's 2020. I get that. But I feel like some of these issues could have been resolved a while ago. So, yeah. It's a major flaw with onboarding. Why is it better to have stakeholder takeover instead of hiring outside of the project? Because the stakeholders are already invested. I would personally have someone invested. Take a project management class as an added cost. I mean, that makes sense, yeah. Makes sense to me. Chris Wilson just put out an amazing topical video today about how developers should look to players for pain points, problems, but not solutions. That makes sense. Yeah, I like that, Todd. Yeah. Look to the players, have the players tell you where the problem is, what's causing the problem, but then the devs come up with solutions to the problem. Right? I think that is a very, very good approach. Unfortunately, what I see happening in this game and in other games similar to this one, Pantheon, is the player base is saying where they are seeing an issue, and sometimes the devs are going, I don't see that as an issue. And it's like, well, that's where the issue is. Whether you see it or not is irrelevant. That's where the issue is. So now, what is your solution to it? Well, I don't see it as an issue, so I don't need a solution to it. Right? And I think that is kind of where we're at with some of these devs. And I'm not saying Monsters of Memory exclusively. I'm saying just devs in general on games these days. Is they're not seeing where the problem is. I feel like we have too many gamers that are trying to be devs and too many devs that are trying to be gamers. And unfortunately, they're different. Those things are different. Devs are going to look at things differently than gamers will. And vice versa. So I think bringing in like your gamers, the ones that are like, bring in a small group or even just a couple, like 1 or 2 or 3 from this community or any of the communities, you know, it could be Pantheon's community for their game. Bring them in and say, hey, you guys are going to be our go-to kind of, here's the issue. Let's talk about it. How will this function within our game? Just as a consultation kind of thing. Small groups. And have that small group talk about it. But I think I think part of the problem is this openness of development as well, right? We as the community feel like we have more say and more input than we actually do because we're able to watch the game grow. We're able to watch the developers make the game, and we're able to give input, and we see that actually happening in the game, and we feel like our input made a difference. And sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. To the point where the developers, Sean specifically, has said stuff like, we were already thinking about that. You said something we were already thinking. And I think that happens quite a bit. I think that we in the community say something, and the devs are like, yeah, we've talked about that internally. That's a good idea. That's a bad idea. Here's why I think it's a good or a bad idea, whatever. But there are times where the community comes up with something the devs don't know, and there are times when the devs come up with something that the community doesn't know. So I think that, like, you know, getting somebody that's just in tune with the community, in tune with the game from a player perspective, I think would really help the devs out, because they're not in tune. No dev for this game or any other game is as in tune as some of the players are. They're just not. They don't play it as much, and they have a different approach to it. When you build something, you know how it functions, and you use it in the way that it is built to function, because you built it that way, to function that way. But you give it to somebody else that doesn't know how something functions, they might use it in a different way. And that's the difference between a dev doing everything and then allowing like the community to be part of that. What would you do if another guild is locking down all the raid content so that your guild cannot do it? I mean, it depends. It depends if I care about it enough. In the situation you're trying to say, if it was my guild, I would encourage my guild to try to get on more often and try to do the content, make sure that they're ready to do it. And if they are, they are. If they aren't, they aren't. You know, that's all you can do is try to get people to do stuff if you have the right people. Join the PvP server. Yeah. You know, that's how I would do it. Yeah. I would try to encourage my group to do the stuff. I'd be like, hey guys, we're losing this content. Week after week after week or whatever. We're losing out on this content. We gotta start playing more. Yeah, join the PvP server is definitely a way to do it. Probably not the best way. It's like they say in development community, players are good at finding problems, but horrible at finding solutions. Yeah. Well, that's what they just said. Chris Wilson, what Todd said, Chris Wilson put in an amazing topical video about game development. But yeah, it's in everything in life. Like that's not new, profound information coming from that person. That is just something that is just known. Hang on, let me jump on Discord and see what's going on with these guys. Hello? Hello? Hey, you guys want me to come over and help do that stuff or what? I'm still waiting for it to spawn. Like I'm just over here. You got to be here like all the time. But I've got my wizard bound there. No. Yeah. Like getting back over there on Criddle would be a pain in the butt. But it's just whatever. I don't really care that much. I could, but then I would have to like kill him to go loot it, like, which I could do. I mean, but it's whatever. Like, what do you guys want to do? Like, I can come over and help, you know, tank stuff or. Oops. can certainly try. Yeah, I'm just over here doing the same thing I've been doing, which is... That's fine. It's just on my alt, so I don't really care that much. What got nerfed on it? Just the AC? Well, the AC got nerfed on all that stuff because it's... Those slots just got nerfed is what happened. But, yeah, the stats may also have. I don't know. Yeah, that's really dumb. What's going on here? There should be this mob should be up. Huh. Well. Maybe in the bank? I could check. Why? It's about approximately 15 intelligence for 1% increase in your damage. Yeah, that's currently how it works. So it's not really worth it for like druids or clerics or shaman. They'd have to go really hard into int. It's actually not really that fair, I think, because it almost encourages those classes to be able to play two different roles. And it's something it's something they need to get away from, I think. Right, give me a second. Let me finish this quad. I mean, I got to get on the boat and get all the way back over there. I'm out in the middle of nowhere here. Yep, he's at the landing. Yeah, I gave that to Burl, but the reason I didn't use it anymore is because it doesn't work with the wizard thing. You can't put the imbue on it, which is really dumb. I don't know. I just wasn't flagged. It wasn't flagged for the imbue, I guess. But yeah, I can jump on the boat, next boat, and come over there. Let me go dump all this stuff off over here at the bank. Have they said if we'll get a look at the deep before early access? Yeah, they're going to be putting in the deep during the beta. We'll be able to play the deep classes and have it be a starting zone. So yeah, we'll be definitely seeing the deep before early access. Pointing out flaws and coming up with ideas is the easy part. It is, yeah. Developing, implementing, executing is where it's me. Yeah, you're right. Coming up with all the flaws, I mean, just seeing them is super easy. Oh, look at that. Game crashed when I camped out. Not good. Will Night Harbor be easily accessible from the deep? Yes. Well, we assume. You'll be able to get to Night Harbor from the deep. Let me. Where do I want to go here? You're going to be going through like the Night Harbor sewers to get to the deep. That's going to be one of the entry points. What's up with you guys? I can come help. I don't care. I'll have to log in. We can have a not very lately. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Well, I got to kill it. Yeah, just log in the wizard, kill it, and then suicide and go loot it. My wizard is, yeah. No, but here, let me see if this guy can bind me. I mean, I can do that if you want me to. I was trying to just level it with solo just to see how it goes, but I don't care at this point. I've proven that solo is way better. He's 53, almost 54. Like one yellow from 54. Yeah, he probably won't hit very well. All right, I got this person to bind me real quick. Just right on the dock here. Oh, around here it won't take long, or around there it won't take long. I'm going to jump off a cliff and die. Yeah. Be easy peasy. When the time's up, yes. Correct. It would just be a timer-based thing. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I've got ways to do it. Like, it would... It'd be fine. I mean, it's whatever. I'll make it happen. It's not a big deal. Potentially. Well, on release, we're going to do it a different way completely. Sorry, person's talking to me about itemization, and we both agree the itemization is all over the place. I was trying to just make it farming spot back, whereas accidentally grabbed a mob and this group lost their mind. I got 3 DMs immediately. Mental health break are important. They are. They are. I'm just leveling my elementals and shoals to avoid everyone else. No one comes here besides Hadir and Festival Island, so it's usually free. What's the best tank to duo with a friend who's a healer? It depends. Depends on the tank, depends on the healer. Right now, I would say Shaman Shadow Knight, or Shaman Wizard. Or sorry, Shaman Shadow Knight or Shaman Fighter. I don't know why I said Wizard. Are two of the best. If you want me to give you an actual answer. But it really does depend on the two classes that you're talking about. And what you're fighting. Good afternoon. How you doing? What level range is Shoals? I mean, it's a pretty vast level range, but I would say 30s and 40s, like 30 to 40. I wouldn't necessarily try to do too much here under 30, or not a whole lot to do over 40. $31 survival. Wow. My survival is garbage. All right, I'm on the boat. I'm actually going to log out and then back in once I'm at town. I'm not going to just ride this thing boat. Damage output is horrendous. On what? On Inquisitor? Yeah, well, all the tanks should have low damage. They don't currently have low damage. Not all of them, but I think that they should have low damage. The Inquisitor should be... I don't know. They should all be about equal damage without buffs, and then give them certain buffs based on their class. Unless it's the OP fighter has insane DPS. It doesn't. It doesn't have as much DPS as people think it does. It has more DPS than it should. But it's not as good as people think it is. What game are you talking about? I think it's because they're level 60. Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. But I think it's because it's level 60 content. Not enough players are doing it. And it's not the dust that's the important, it's the other thing, the rare item off of it. It's like Moat of Magic or something like that. I think if the tank isn't hybrid as a control healer, it's fair to have a fighter DPS. I think that the DPS needs to go down on the tanks, and they need to have more threat generating abilities. What are the Ashira race? The Ashira are like a wolf race. Like they'd be like gnolls in EverQuest. Very similar to that. Are these mobs not respawning, or is there somebody else over here killing these? There must be somebody else at the island here, because something's going on. Or training, or training the entire island, because there's mobs that are not coming back. It's weird. When does Inquisitor get lull? I don't know. I don't know what level it would be. It should be pretty low. I'm pretty sure lull is like a level 4 spell. So Inquisitor should probably get it around level 12, between 12 and 20. 12, 16, or 20 most likely. But that's just a guess. What will you do with all those enchantments you have? Just get super rich? I don't have any enchantments. I'm using them to make... I make enchantments and then give the enchantments to people. I give them away. I don't have any. Are you talking about the dust that I'm getting? The dust I'm getting, I turn them into enchantments, and then I give those enchantments to other players. I'm a team player. Believe it or not, I am a team player. I am currently doing this to help out other people. I want to level it myself, but I'm currently doing all this to help out the guild and try to get enchants for the guild. What is the best +5 primary stat? Yep. There's +5 to all the different stats. There's also plus resist and plus HP and plus mana. Those are the different types of stats you can get, and it's different based on the item you put it on. It's really cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool feature, pretty cool design, I would say. Where are all these mobs at? Like, what the heck is happening here? This is so weird. Does anyone know if Old Sebulus is a decent guild? I don't know anything about them, but I've seen them around a bunch. right, let's go see where. Let's go see where the boat is. I hope it doesn't kick me off. Uh-oh. Maybe I went too far. That was a lot of loading. Oh, it's still duplicating people. That's fun. Yeah, those shadow clones are all over the place. Are these mobs not respawning over here? Like, what the heck is happening? What? Oh, cool. Blink doesn't work. Out of nowhere. Fun. Blink didn't work. I can get my rogue glitches get stitches. Sounds like a fun rogue name. Yeah, it didn't work. Like I just cast it and it just didn't go off. Like it went off, but it didn't blink me forward or something happened. Like I got stuck in the terrain is what it seemed like. Okay, now the mobs are respawning. That's weird. I don't know what happened here. I feel like maybe somebody came in, killed a bunch of them, and then left, or something happened. Whatever. Strange. Well. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's 4 o'clock. I think I'm going to be done streaming for today. I've been talking too much, yapping too much. So I think I'm going to end my stream. I think I'm going to turn on a TV show, kind of space out for a little bit, watch that. And might hang out with the dudes, with the old boys. The heck is happening? How many times is this thing going to load? Every time that I load in on a boat. What is happening here? Clearly the boats weren't fixed. Great conversation today. Have a good one. Thanks, iTodd. Appreciate it. Nova, I will definitely check out Demon Slayer at some point. I will try to do that. I don't know what's going on here with the boat, though. The boat situation. This is silly. There we go. And we're at the dock. Cool. No idea what's going on with that. That's very weird. Needs to be fixed. Anyway, take care, everybody. Have a good one. I'll be back on here tomorrow morning around 9 a.m., maybe earlier, depending on if I get up in time and all that kind of stuff. But thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for the conversation. Do appreciate it. Love you all, and I will see you next time. Bye.